Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, people in the room and people digitally. Welcome to the Omaha Public Power District Board Governance Workshop. Oh, we do want to do the tech thing first? Let's start with that.
Real quick, everybody has a mic. They're pretty simple. There's an on-off. If it's red, it's off. If it's green, it's on. And then if you're talking and you can't hear yourself here through the speakers, they're not going to hear you on the stream. So just make sure you're close enough and if you hear the speaker, you're okay.
Great, then I guess I'm getting a chance to test it. Sounds like it's working. With that, welcome to the OPPD Board Governance Workshop. Notice the time and place of the workshop was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing same in the Omaha World Herald, OPPD Outlets newsletter, OPPD.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on August 22nd, 2024. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphone and your cell phone to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Joining me today in person are my fellow board members, Amanda Bogner, Mike Kavanaugh, Matt Core, Sarah Howard, Janice Moloff, Craig Moody, and Mary Spurgeon. We also have members of our executive leadership team, our general counsel, Steve Bruckner, and Troy Meyerson with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and OPPD staff. Additionally, we currently have 11 attendees in the meeting, consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. Today's workshop will be facilitated by Eric Douglas and Bill Slayton of Leading Resources, Inc., LRI. Eric and Bill both have significant experience in helping boards with performance and governance. Our agenda for today's workshop is as follows. It's on the screen. We'll start with an introduction, go through the current situation, brief break, talk about opportunities, then move to lunch, discuss managing transitions, the board work plan and training plan, a final break, and then talk through other governance topics before we wrap with other business and conclusions. CEO Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing. Oh, I'm sorry. That was on the written version, not the digital version. Ms. Lane, will you please do the roll call?
Here.
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 Here. Great. New location, new tech, new process, but it's working. Thanks for the reminder there. With that, CEO Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing.
Thank you very much. Gene, is it going to be you or Josh doing safety? I'm going to ask Gina Langle to give us a safety briefing because I saw her walking around the facility looking for exits, et cetera. So you're well in the know.
Thank you. Good morning. Today our exits are, there's one right behind me, and then there are the two that came in as we came in as well on there. The AED is right outside this door. There is a first aid kit in here and a bleed kit that's out just outside the door too. So to get to the first aid kit, you're going to have to go around to the right here and go into the kitchen area where you'll also find the fire extinguisher at that place. There are fire poles all over if we need to as we're exiting. If there is a fire, let's go outside these doors and meet over in the parking lot across the street. This parking lot's a little too close, so if we can go over there. The tornado shelters are right here. There are the restrooms that are in there, so we will go in there in case of a tornado. Emergency number, we'll call 911. I also have the address of this location if we need it, so I will be the one that will call 911. We have several people CPR certified, including myself, so if someone goes down, I'll do that. If I go down, is there someone that would help out? Thank you back there. So we've got that as well. Active threat, if there is a shooter, we will run, hide, and fight in that situation. And we are on the first floor, so we don't have to worry about elevators. And if you do have a medical condition, if you don't feel comfortable sharing it, if you could please just write it down, put it in your pocket so that we can get you the assistance you need if you do go down as well. Would you like to do psychological safety, or do you want me to go ahead? All right, for psychological safety, as it shows on the screen, we have respect, healthy conflict, multiple perspectives, trust, and culture of curiosity. Today, I would like to spend some moments just saying, there's a lot that will be happening today, and we want to make sure that we all feel comfortable being red teaming each other, making sure that we're having healthy conflict, but in a way that's trustful, and that we are looking at everyone's multiple perspectives as we're building trust in this as well. Just a reminder for cybersecurity, if you are using your computer today, please don't click on anything that you don't understand or know, because that is for sure an issue that we've had in there, and not to get caught in a phishing attack. That concludes my safety briefing.
All right, great. Here we go. So workshop goals and ground rules. I'm going to pass it to Eric Douglas to get things started for us. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric. It's a pleasure to be back here again. Lisa was reminding me that this was where it all kind of began for my relationship, our relationship with OPPD. At the first governance workshop we had to talk about policy governance was here. And I think, Mike, you were here. I know, Lisa, you were here. And it's all kind of come from that point. That was back in 2015, Scott, you were here, 2015, 2016. So I think that's kind of interesting that we're back full circle to this location. It's a pleasure for Bill and I to be here and to facilitate today's retreat. Thank you again for having us, for inviting us to be here. I want to start by just going over the board operating principles. This was something that, as you recall, we put together at our last meeting. And so I just want to go through and read them. I'd like to, if we can, have board members reading them aloud. And I'm then going to ask a question, which is, first, how are these operating principles working for you? And then second, is there anything missing from these operating principles? Anything that you would say would be an addition, a valuable addition to them? So Sarah, I think you're the first board member to my left. If I could ask you to just read the first one, and then we'll just go accordingly around, just having board members read them aloud.
Sure. Number one, always be mindful of the unity of control, that it is the board that directs the CEO and ELT, not individual board members.
Matt?
Be mindful of the unity of control when interacting with stakeholders. Let them know why it's important and how it works.
Mike?
Remember that our comments help reverberate across the organization.
When tackling issues, identify the root issues first before suggesting solutions.
Lead through inquiry rather than assertion. Please help me understand.
Use consistent phrasing when making a suggestion, such as, "This is just a suggestion."
When making a request, give permission to ELT members to ask, "Help me better understand what you're looking for so we can follow up appropriately."
When stating an opinion, frame it as an opinion, not an absolute. In my view, rather than "we must" or "we need."
Be aware of information asymmetry. Ask for information when our colleagues are present. Ask for information to be shared with all.
When a colleague strongly advocates for a specific idea, don't leave it hanging. The onus is on us as board members to determine what action will be taken, if any. For example, put it on a future agenda to explore, put it on the parking lot to consider later, ask the CEO or ELT to provide background information.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Don't let the desire for consensus paralyze board action. Vote on the matter and be okay with a split decision.
Support the decision-making of the board and management. Think carefully before speaking when your opinion differs from a stated policy or position of OPPD.
So as I recall the conversation last year, the purpose of these operating principles was really to remind us all of the kind of bedrock operating principles of policy governance. I mean, embedded in here are the principles of unity of control, of inquiry before assertion, and other principles. So I'm just curious, how are these working for you? Have you been using them? Have they been helpful as you've conducted business over the last year? Anybody? Craig, what would you say?
It's been really helpful for me to have them in front of us, consistently. And I try to be really intentional about reviewing them before every board meeting, just as a bedrock. I'll say that, there are a couple that stand out for me as particularly important as we go through some work. I'll note 10 and 11 are two that are really important. 11 for me right now as we're navigating updates to SD7 is really thinking about, okay, we need to make progress without always trying to find consensus. So these have been, for me, really helpful. Yeah.
Other thoughts on how these have been helpful? Mary?
I would agree with Craig, on his comments. And also, I think it's number 9 is something I think I need maybe to work on, and that we could work on to be aware of asymmetry of information and try and keep everybody in the loop, especially when we're discussing really major contentions, issues, or that sort.
Yeah, it's kind of a responsibility that rests with everybody, right? To keep on asking that the information be shared with everybody. Other thoughts on Matt? Any of these kind of stand out for you?
Could I just quickly, I know this is the board, but on the information asymmetry, I feel like I'm the hub and spoke for these, and I will tell you that it has worked really well. I do have conversations with board members regularly, and a lot of times it's, smaller items that may not necessarily need to be shared with everybody else, but it's been really refreshing to hear from board members just recently. Hey, is this something that we should share with the rest of the board? And I think from conversations I've had, board members are living these really well. They're asking, they're pushing, and as a consequence of that, I'm sharing things that I would have normally not shared sometimes because you are aware of that asymmetry. So it's working well.
Anyone else, any other board members want to comment on how effective these have been for you in the last year, how they've worked for you? Well, to my second, go ahead, Mary.
One other comment. I think, written overt norms are really helpful for a group to operate smoothly. And I think these are desirable norms that, maybe you could assume that everybody does, but wasn't helpful to assume. So to make them overt, I think was really helpful. I think it's contributed immensely to better working relationships among the board and also with the executive leadership team. And as Javier said, he's been the spoke and he's helped with that. So I think it's significant. Really, really glad we have him. Thank you.
So to my question about, is anything missing here? Is any principle missing here? Anything you would want to add or amend? And I'm not suggesting that there is, but I want to use this retreat as an opportunity for you just to reflect on that question. I mean, one of the things I think to just think about as we go through today is, what does good governance look like? So good governance, I think, is a very complicated balancing act. It is a matter of looking forward and setting direction, which you do through your policy governance, through SDs, and being clear about where you're trying to get to. It's also measuring where you've been and what progress you've made. So that monitoring approach is key. And I know that you do that well through your SD monitoring. I think you do. I think the last thing I would say is that there's always room for red teaming questions, as somebody mentioned, as board members. Your job is the fiduciary oversight of this utility. And so to ask good, powerful, sometimes challenging questions is also part of that balancing act. And the best boards I work with, and I think you're among them, are ones where that's also understood as a principle, that we are here as individual board members to keep asking good questions. That doesn't mean we decide. Unity of control says we still decide collectively, but we still individually bring our best understanding, our best questions to the table each time we meet. And I think that's here. I think that's kind of under 10, it's here. I think it's under 8, it's here. But that idea of asking good questions, powerful questions. So let me stop there. And unless there's any last comments on the ground rules, let's go directly now to talking about the current situation. We're going to start with having Bill go over the results of our interviews with both ELT members and board members. And then we're going to turn it over to Scott to go through the results of the board governance survey. And then I'll come back and facilitate a discussion about these findings.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, everybody. It's just a pleasure to be here with you again. Eric and I, we've been doing this for quite a while, and I have to tell you, we're impressed with the frankness of your commentary when we did the interviews, and the fact of what a positive relationship you have come to between the board members, the CEO, and ELT. It's really quite astounding, and we are very impressed. This is not easy to do because we're all human beings and we all have our views and thoughts. So we're very impressed with that. And what's interesting about it is that relationship where you are right now so prepares you for tough decisions that are going to be coming at you. And in the energy industry, there's tough decisions that are ahead of you that you're going to have to make. But having that relationship really is important. I've got some quotes that came from the interviews, and I think it's instructive to share some of those. These are from board members, not for attribution, but they're very good comments. Some quotes are, "We're doing really well. How do we sustain it, and where do we go from here?" One board member said, "How can the board become the board that the organization needs as OPPD continues to evolve?" Another board member said, "Javier and his team are relentlessly positive in building external relationships and partnerships. He has a lot of humility, which is the mark of a strong leader." Another quote, "The staff has done a good job cluing the board in a lot earlier and bringing us into their thinking." Again, very positive remark. And the last one I want to quote is, this is great, "OPPD's board is one of the more high-functioning boards in the state." So you should be proud of the work that you're doing. ELT comments that were made, and I thought it's good for us to share those as well. "We have really gelled this year. Javier has made significant strides in improving trust across the board. Everyone is showing up in their fullest and best. It's been great to see." Another one, "We trust one another to reach good decisions together, best for our customers, balancing rates, reliability, and reducing emissions." Another one, "There have been more opportunities for informal discussion." I can't tell you how important that is in keeping the relationships up between management team and board members. Board members have been accompanying Javier and ELT members to conferences. Again, I applaud this in my time as a utility board member, going to APPA, going to other conferences, even the Line Worker Rodeo. All of those activities were really important in building a team. A couple more. "It gives us time to get to know each other, network. Those have been great opportunities to engage. And we've been working together, giving each other more immediate feedback. If I say something that causes the CEO problems, I want him to let me know. A recent example was a good step. If there's a challenge, you got to let us know." So again, it comes back to that communication. It's so critical when you face the kind of decisions that you have to make. So we applaud. This is a great position that you're in. It doesn't mean that we can't do more. That's, of course, the purpose of this workshop, to see where we can take it next. And now I'll turn it over to Scott to go over the survey findings.
Good morning, everyone. I hope it's all right. I'm thinking with the obstacle course, if I sit here versus standing and getting over there, it might work a little better. Eric and Lisa, I was inspired when I was thinking about those early years of this and being in this room. A funny story, some context. Edward Easterlin, our former CFO, had come into my office and he'd asked the question if I would be willing to help with the board orientation. And kind of humorously, I said, like, in terms of where the physical spaces are, like the restrooms and the fire extinguishers, or are we talking about something more strategic? What do we want? And that conversation began, and Eric was discovered in a Google search, looking under public utility and board governance, and the conversation began. Mike, I'm sure you remember those early conversations that we had over in the fishbowl, whether or not this was something that the board indeed intended or would want to do, and if it would serve the organization in terms of its long purpose. And when I think about the survey results, if we go to the first slide here, Aaron, what strikes me is where things looked in 2015. At that time, if you can see the amount of yellow and red on this across these 5 habits of effective boards, really showing level of disagreement that these practices were present amongst the board and how it conducted its business. And that's neither good nor bad in a way, because it wasn't the expectation of the board at that time. The board was, I'm sure, very effective and meaningful and doing all sorts of wonderful work, but kind of orient itself around these habits and the intentionality of those. When you look at the scores over time, it's rather wonderful to see their evolution. When I looked at 2024, what struck me was the overall improvement across all habits between 2023 and 2024. In fact, all of the habits do show some level of increase. And if you were to click down one, which we're not doing for purposes of brevity, but if you were to click down and look at all of the 25 habits underneath these, you would notice that things had either improved or held flat over that period of time as well. So overall, really remarkable, showing that the 5 habits that became the intention of the board in 2015 have manifested themselves over time in what the board's doing. I also would acknowledge that the dynamics of the industry have changed dramatically during that time. It's interesting to think about all the external industry trends, the change that's happening, everything, and the demands and that are placed on a board during those times, and the relationship between the board and the executive leadership team also becomes more and more important. And so having, I think, this as a touchstone is really valuable in terms of the overall effectiveness of the board and ELT relationship. So when I look at this type of data and appreciate everyone filling it out, I also try to look at what are those opportunities? Does this tell us anything? And are we able to see in terms of an opportunity for improvement? I would acknowledge here that habit 4, the board develops itself so that it can effectively serve the organization's needs, is the lowest rated. And if you were to click down on it, you would see that 4.3, our board provides regular training in board governance to officers and committee chairs, was ranked the lowest of all the 25 characteristics at 2.9 for the board and 3.0 for executive leadership team. So part of today's conversation is going to be centered in the need for board training and what might those needs be and what would be helpful in terms of onboarding new members. The second one I would bring is to habit 1, the ELT. Habit 1 was board members cultivate the board as a distinct entity, and we kind of understand this to be unity of control broadly. Strong ratings here. In fact, the ELT noted the most significant increase in its level of agreement with this habit compared to all other ratings for 2023. At the same time, individual board members make it clear when they are offering ideas or suggestions that they're not binding on staff, which is one of the subpoints under this habit, receive the lowest rating from ELT, focusing on unity of control, therefore really remains an opportunity or area for continuous improvement. Eric and I were speaking last night and we laughed a little bit. We were unaware of any organization where the board would have a lower score than the executive leadership on this attribute. If you think about it, it's quite hard. You would always expect a bit of a variance there, I should think. But because there is one, I think it's something for continuous focus. If we go to the next slide. New this year, and this really came from the interviews, was the desire to really assess from the board and the executive leadership team their sense of the relationship. How is the overall relationship going? And here it was really encouraging to see all across the board, from building positive relationships, listening carefully to each other, seeking opportunities for informal communication, trusting one another, and raising difficult issues with each other, that there were very high levels of agreement. So highly reflective of really, again, a healthy relationship. Looking at opportunities for improvement, it just seems that there will always be opportunities to continue to focus on trust, as there is in any relationship and healthy relationship, and how important it is to maintain and cultivate that, as well as seeking opportunities for informal communication. And the next slide. As the board was reading these operational principles, I was kind of inspired to hear them and to actually have felt them really be manifest intentionally over the past year, and to have that reminder for myself. It's been really important. And so the question that was asked, and again, this is new this year, was whether or not these principles the board has followed and upheld these agreed upon operating principles during the past year. And again, there's strong levels of agreement. So if we go to the next slide, the key takeaways. The results here were remarkable. It's a sea of green. It's, I mean, it's better than it has been any year prior. The ratings themselves have increased amongst both the habits and characteristics. There's an opportunity to focus on unity of control and board governance training. The positive relationship between the ELT with both carefully and board, both carefully listening to and raising difficult issues with each other is notable. And opportunities to continue to build upon that trust in the relationship and those opportunities for informal communication. Board is implementing these operating principles, and speaking for myself, but I would imagine other executive leadership team members may add this as well. Having these in front of us makes us look at these things as well. I mean, it cascades itself through the organization in a meaningful way, and it's powerfully led by your example. And then finally, so with all of this feedback in mind, just to highlight a little bit about the agenda again today, we will be discussing a few things during the governance workshop. How do we sustain the board CEO-ELT relationship and keep building on our strong foundation? When a new board member comes on, how can we help them operate at a high level? What education on strategic topics does the board want, and what skills training would the board like to get? And finally, how can policy development best be done between the board and the CEO and executive leadership? That concludes my report of the findings. Are there any questions or reflections really on this wonderful, wonderful result?
So I really appreciate that the ELT findings and the board findings seem to sync pretty well. And the fact that we're not terribly divergent in our assessment of our relationship and how we function is, I think, something to be celebrated for sure. And for one, I just really appreciate all the ELT and Javier and my fellow board members, and the fact that we're able to work so well together. It's been an amazing 5.5 years for me.
Other reflections on the findings from the survey? If I could just note one thing, it is important that you are continuing to do these surveys. The fact that you have this linear progression of information and data where you can actually go back to 2015 and go, oh, what was our snapshot back then? And then you look at 2017, then look at 29. That is a remarkable record. It's like a geological record that you've kept of yourselves. And most utilities don't do that. I can think of only one other one that I work with where that continuous commitment to measuring and looking at the performance of the board at this level is occurring. So that in itself is something I think to really kind of hold fast and say, okay, be great. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for being committed to this work and thank you for sharing this. So I would just make that point.
Just going to offer a comment, which is pretty obvious, but I think it's important to recognize that it's been 2015 to now, it's almost 10 years of doing these. And there's just a handful of individuals who have been here for the entire time. And so to me, this is incredibly important, not only for the current operation of the district and what we have in store for next year, but what we are building for the next group of people who will be sitting around this table, who will not be all of us. And how are we moving this governance practice for the benefit of our employees, for the benefit of our customer owners? To me, that's what's inspiring. It's not just the working relationship and the things that we have in front of us next year, but what we're building in a selfless way for those who are going to come after us. That's really cool to me, that what we're building is gonna last, and it has already lasted, and I think it's going to last even longer for the next group of leaders.
Right.
I have one additional comment. Ann McGuire was instrumental in making this happen. And she really led the way for all of us, for me especially, to even think about being on this board and the work that we've done. So, I think she left this legacy for all of us to follow, and should really, if she ever hears this, to be proud of the work that she did to make this happen and to start the process.
So we're going to get into, just as Scott said, each of these issues that are on this slide. How do we sustain the board CEO ELT relationship and build on this foundation is the next item on our agenda. This idea of how do we make sure that the transitions are managed effectively is the topic we're going to look at immediately after lunch, as well as these additional topics about board training. And that board training is going to be in two different buckets. It's going to be in the bucket of what strategic issues do we want education on, and then also, like, from a sort of mindset perspective, like, what do we want in terms of training about just how to conduct ourselves effectively as board members and as a board. So both those buckets we'll be dealing with after lunch. And then also this question about policy development and how best to orchestrate that. If there's no other comments right now on the findings, we're going to take a break. We're going to take an early break. We're going to stand up and have some more coffee, and we'll come back. Let's, if we can, maybe come back at around 9:15, and we will get into the first exercise around how we build on this foundation and sustain it. All right. So we are going to move on to our first real facilitated discussion today in this retreat. We saw from the previous findings that while we are doing pretty dang well in terms of the quality of the relationship and the interactions and the communications between the board, the CEO, the ELT, there is, as Bill said, always work to be done. And so the purpose of this next facilitated exercise is to have you all think about this current foundation. How do we sustain it? How do we sustain it? So there may be things that are informal mechanisms you may want to more intentionally systematize. So think about systematizing current things you're doing well that help with this relationship. And there may be things you want to do that you haven't started doing yet. How you could continue to improve upon and build upon this, not just in service of even communications here, but in the work you do to serve the ratepayers of OPPD. How can you continue to use this foundation and build upon it to be of best service to the communities you do serve? So I'm going to ask you to get into small groups. I'm going to ask those small groups to write down your ideas on these pads of paper. You can write them down individually, but I will ultimately want somebody from your group to be an initial spokesperson. So if you could pick out an initial spokesperson and a scribe, that would be great. I'm hoping you have lots of ideas. I'm hoping you have lots of ideas. And I'm hoping you write them down with sufficient detail, so even if that idea doesn't get discussed in detail today, we have a record of it, so we can take it back to the governance committee or take it back someplace that we will determine to further process your ideas and further think about the ideas that are generated here today. So please, 3 words probably isn't sufficient to capture an idea. It probably needs to be in the form of a sentence or two to say really what it is you're suggesting we do. So please make sure that somebody reading from the outside world, not knowing your conversation, could actually understand the idea, reading it cold in the things you write down. Okay? So with that, let me suggest some groups. The goal here is to have 2 board members coupled with ELT members. So Sarah and Matt, may I ask you to be the 2 board members that join with these august gentlemen to your right to be a group of 5. Mikkel, can I ask you then to join with Mike and Gina and Mary and Troy to be a group of 5 over there? May I ask Eric and Javier and Amanda and Scott to join a group? And Troy, I guess you're kind of in the middle there. You're kind of a seam guy. Are you taking Troy? Oh, wait a second. I don't know Troy. Yeah, okay. Troy, you're with this group here. Well, Mike, that's going to mean your guys' ideas will surface quicker. Okay, so 4 over here, 5 here. Then we turn to Janice and Jeff and Lisa and Craig and Brad and Steve. That's a big old group over there. You may want to draft somebody over here, but otherwise, that's a group. And if we could ask you, there's not a lot of room here, so if we could ask you just to kind of huddle up, kind of in the space that you're in. We've budgeted 20 minutes for this conversation. I'll check in with you and see kind of how far you get. But that's where we're starting, is with 20 minutes. Again, think about a scribe, think about a spokesperson. And remember, my last point here on the flip chart, we're not going to be able to share every idea. So prioritize, like, what are the ideas that you think are most important for the group to hear? Because each of those ideas we're going to flip chart and talk about as we get into the group discussion. Okay? Any questions about the exercise? So help me understand this instruction.
So there are several people that may be streaming online. We're going to be muting the room just so that they don't hear the crazy noise where they will not be able to discern the effectiveness of individual comments. What we will be doing is reporting out so that the conversation will be heard in its summary form, as we will all be hearing it for the first time at that moment. So just wanted to share that.
Great. Thank you, Scott. All right, so let's begin. So we're gonna have we have about 10 or 15 more minutes left for these conversations. So again, make sure you've got a scribe, a spokesperson. The ideal spokesperson, I think, is either a board member or somebody that the board members have decided you want to have be the scribe. So, be the spokesperson. So again, we have about 10 or 15 more minutes left in this conversation. Okay, everybody. So we're gonna come back to the full room. If I could ask everybody to wind up your conversations, if I could ask you to kind of come back to the tables. So I'm going to ask that we do this in sequence, that we're going to have, this is group 1. I've designated you as group 1, group 2, group 3, and last but not least, we're designating this group as group 4. Okay, so and I want to acknowledge that you are here. I forgot your name. Michelle. Michelle DeJouri? Okay, to help us with the flip charting. So Michelle, thank you. All right, so let us again remember what we're going to do. We're going to hear from each group your thoughts. I had asked that you try to prioritize the most important ideas you wanted to present to the group. I'd also asked that you make sure you capture every idea so that we can collect those and use those for our notes. So I'm hoping that we kind of can dig into a number of these topics, but the only way we're going to be able to do that is if you help us prioritize, like, what are the most important conversations we need to have. So I'm going to start with group one and ask your spokesperson. Tim, is that you? All right. Is your mic on, Tim? I just want to make sure it's on.
Thank you for that, Eric. And we would have been done much sooner, but Sarah kept dragging us into football conversations. So we had 4 ideas or suggestions. One was around an acknowledgement that often ELT members and board members come to situations and decisions with just an unavoidable disparity of context and information. So we talked, probably our number 1 idea would be contextual information sharing or training, whatever term we use, from ELT to the board and vice versa, to try to level that playing field of the information that we're working off of with which we approach decisions or actions or sharing information.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be the first. Second, and 2nd through 4 were tied to that. The second would be to consider practical solutions around time and accessibility challenges to enable that contextual sharing.
Say a little bit more about that, Tim. So time and accessibility in terms of just the requirements of board member time, ELT time to operationalize that contextual setting.
Yeah, precisely that. We talked about getting ahead of the schedule, and if we were to do that, not making it last minute, maybe pre-plan some days or time windows of availability to set up that context, maybe in the committee relationships or something like that.
Parenthetically, just one of the boards I work with has divided, they do a full board day each month. They've divided the first half into a study session and the second half into board session. And so they've deliberately carved out time each day. These are full board days, though, to have that study session time that can be used for clarity and context setting and everything you just talked about. So it's an interesting thought.
The third one we had was to be cognizant about the language translation with which we approach issues. That is something as simple as we just may be using different language that's not clear or not understood and may contribute to the disparity of context setting or information sharing. Very practical, very simple, but we think very necessary as well.
What's an example, Tim?
I wouldn't pick a specific one, but I would say, especially in this industry, there get to be some very specific terms, capacity or energy or things like that that have very specific meanings in a technical sense, in a regulatory sense. And if we're not operating off that same level of understanding, that can create challenges in how we approach. And those are some of the maybe more challenging issues that we face.
Yeah.
And the last one would be, in a similar context, would be consider incorporating more time or maybe a little bit less formality into pre-committee meetings, expressly for that purpose of, on any given topic, having a little bit more flex in the schedule to explore some more of that context around whatever topics being discussed, allow a little more flexibility to share some more of that background information around the topic and allow a little more wiggle room there to be able to do that, and not the way it exists today is maybe the committee meetings become just previews of that segment of the all committee meeting. We could bifurcate that a little bit and allow for some more information and context setting in the pre-committee meetings.
Yeah, it's interesting. Really, all of your ideas kind of flow up to that one big idea, right? Of how do we how do we stay ahead of the curve in terms of the education we need on a given issue? And yeah, I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you, Group One. I think we should give them a round of applause. All right, Group Two. Gina, are you the spokesperson?
I am. So if you don't want to be the spokesperson, you do not hold the pen in your hand. So I got that. Thank you, Director Kavanaugh. So we had 3 different areas, and I'll let you write these down, and then I'll give you the sub bullets on it so you don't have to get behind there, Michelle. But communications, number 1. Your next one would be building relationships. And not that we haven't done that. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second. And the final one would be speeding up familiarity when you're new to either an ELT position or board position. So speed up familiarity. So under communications, and the sub bullet that you said for that was, how does this help to serve the community? So I will come back and say that at the end, how these 3 will do that. For communications, it would be helpful for us as an ELT to survey the board annually about how to communicate and what media, how they would like that brought to them. And keeping in mind that we do that now, however, with new board members or new ELT members, it might change. It might not be the same way all the time. If you have new board members or new ELT members, there might be different ways that we can communicate, and we'll talk about that in the building relationships and that. And it would also provide some efficiency to the ELT to be able to know what's important and what's not important, to the board, having that feedback. For building relationships.
Can I pause you just there for 1 second? So just help me understand, when you think about these different modalities of communication, Gina, can you give us an example of what 2 alternatives might be that board members might, or ELT members might want to choose from?
So we have a board report that goes out right now, and we use that one way. We use subcommittees to provide information as well. Occasionally, we have we've had several ELT members that have come and actually seen, like at the mutual aid sites or at the service centers or at the ECC when we have, we want to make sure that they're knowledgeable in that. What way works for them now? If you have a board member that's been there for a very long period of time, they may not need all of the introductory things that a new board member would want. So are we looking at targeting them in a way that is most efficient for their time and their experience with the board?
Gotcha. Thank
Same with the ELT members.
Thank you.
The second one is building relationships. Understanding how, right now we have a very good relationship with the board, in my opinion. My 6 months here, I'm, doing this position, I think we have a very good one. But continue to offer opportunities for board members to get to know us in our work. And this also goes back to that communications that I just said, there, because these tie a lot to each other in that. But we have offered opportunities for board members, and some accept, but to come out and see what we're doing within the organization. However, there's a lot of board members that have jobs that they're trying to do during the day and other commitments that they have. And are we doing it the right way? Are we doing it in a way in which they can partake if they choose to come and see some of the work that we're doing? Also offer them the opportunity to meet with some of the ELT members one-on-one. Is that something that they want to get to know? I'm relatively new, and that's something that I can do through building relationships other ways, like inviting them out to see, things, but, should I be going and having coffee with them? Should I be talking to them and giving them that opportunity? And also providing more training, which comes up to the speed of familiarity that we had here. When we have turnover for a board member, our company is very complex, and our industry in itself is very complex. We provide a board orientation that, which I've heard has been extremely valuable in that. But is there a way that the ELT can speed up the familiarity with our company a little bit more for new board members? And is there a way that the ELT can speed up their familiarity with the fact that that the board members are the representatives of our customers, and so is there a way we can get that information more quickly back? And can we do that through opportunities for training on both sides so that we are there? So to bring it all together, we talked about how does this serve the community, and we came up with that when we build the relationships, speed familiarity, and we communicate appropriately, it serves our community because it provides transparency and builds trust, not only between us, but between the community too. And so we are all working for the same mission and aligned with a purpose, but we also recognize that our perspectives do not have to match completely to serve as a united front. And so it provides that psychological safety for us to be able to have conversations and go more in depth into some differences that we might have.
Nice. Thank you. Round of applause for group 2. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Hey, Bill, when we post these, can we post them on this wall over here so we can all see them? Okay, group 3.
All right. I am, is this working? I'm the spokesperson for group 3 here. And so I'll start with like a summary of our recommendations and then we can describe each of them. So one of the things that came up, we asked the question at the beginning of our conversation of what is taking too much energy or feels draining in maintaining our ELT and board relationship. And Javier being, kind of the hub of that relationship and has taken ownership of managing that, said that one thing that is really helping this is maintaining the 2-year cycle for board officer and committee appointments. So that's something that we started a couple years ago. And so perhaps we need to work to formalize that, because right now it's kind of an informal board operating agreement. The other thing is we talked about being diligent about and continuing to focus on information symmetry, but with the caveat that each board member might want a different level of information or a different level of detail or frequency of communication. And so this might take a little time, but every January when we do have an officer slate and we know, who you're going to be communicating with most frequently, there's an opportunity to triangulate with each of those individuals, perhaps. And then we also talked about finding ways to identify, understand, and navigate sources of friction. And so this is perhaps, rearing its head specifically when we are in the process of doing policy update, but that's probably the most acute current example, but it happens other times as well. Let's see.
Can you say a little bit more about that one, Amanda?
Yeah, I would actually invite my teammates to maybe say a little bit more about that. Let me see if I have any more details here. I'm going to pass it to you. You want to summarize anything?
On that particular one that you'd asked for more clarity.
Yeah, on points of friction and how to navigate.
Yeah, I think at the very beginning, it's natural when people are taking a look at different outcomes, depending on your perspective and where you're sitting, there's going to be a variety of different perspectives. And is there an opportunity to surface those with intention, understanding, oh, this could be a source of friction because I'm not sure that we're aligned, but do that in a very neutral way. So that it's with the intentionality and the transparency, those sources of friction, that you can leverage that understanding and assuming positive intent amongst everyone there to really drive toward an informed and shared outcome, really honoring the diversity of perspectives that are sitting around the table. I think what happens mechanically sometimes is the policy may be refined and people are responding to the language and you respond to the language, but maybe pausing before that even begins to happen and have a conversation around the potential sources of friction. We would know what they are ahead of time. I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah, that's excellent. So I just think if we could just capture up there, Michelle, the idea of intentionally identify points of friction as you do a kind of a current reality assessment prior to getting into the actual policy making conversation. So you have a deliberate setting of the table.
We talked also about the pace of policy revision and potentially slowing the pace. I've added in our notes, that maybe we need to consider a policy development or refinement moratorium for a period of time. We talked that the organization and the way that we review policies and then we go about, refining and we're just kind of always moving. We're not necessarily moving the needle entirely, but we're always creating sort of some turbulence that is really hard for the organization to kind of settle into and say, is this policy actually working for us? Is it giving us the directional targets that we need? And with that, I think then the next suggestion here is inviting the ELT to participate in the annual policy survey that informs the agenda for this workshop. Right now, it's only board reflecting on that. But then taking the next step of even saying, after we've settled, we've smoothed the currents here a little bit with holding policy the same for a period of time, then inviting ELT and the CEO to proactively review and identify what's working for them in SD policy, what's not, where could they use more direction from the board, and that really help frame up then the policy revisions and work we do.
Yeah.
That's
Can I
that kind of
can I
characterize our whole conversation, I think. Yeah.
Can I pause on that one just for a second? So a thought to share, and of course, one of the kind of key principles of policy governance is that you're trying to create a stable set of strategic direction policies so the organization really can respond and operationalize without feeling like the rug is going to get swept out from underneath them with a change in policy, right? So that stability of the policy set is an important idea behind policy governance. And so as you talked, one of the things that occurred to me is I have seen boards ask their CEOs, help us understand where you really need policy stability in order for you to transact the operational mechanics of that policy effectively without feeling like you're at jeopardy of us making a too soon revision to that policy. So it's an interesting question to ask your CEO, where do we really need policy stability in order for us to plan our capital outlays, plan our operational outlays, and so forth?
And that might fit into the monitoring reflection page, and that could happen when we do those monitoring reports as potential. So we'll add that note. Okay. Thank you. Anything else, guys? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Group 3. Round of applause for Group 3. Thank you, Michelle. All right, Group 4.
Good morning. Well, I'm happy to share Group 4's comments in summary form. We talked about how any new board members and current members, the importance of focusing on the investment in the culture of collaboration and respect. It's one thing to learn the operations of the business. It's another thing to learn the things you can't see. And someone had made the comment around the impact current board members can have in shepherding new board members in that critical dynamic. The second one was continue to invest in the existing committee structure. Good structure, but are they still structured correctly? Are they still doing the types of things that we need them to do? And someone cited the example of how we modified a CPE to make sure that that was giving the organization, the community, the best value. The third one is.
Can I pause on that just for a
Yes,
question of clarity?
Yep.
So that modification, was that a modification in the charter of the committee? Or what was the modification in the committee?
We changed the charter to include grants oversight because previously grants had only been covered by the finance committee, but grants also have a community aspect. And there were community requests for us to apply for specific grants. And so we were able to sort of have them bridge both committees.
Gotcha.
Is that accurately?
Absolutely. And then it was called public information and we changed it to customer and public engagement. And so Tim and his team are doing a great job of bringing more customer trends so that they're reflecting their constituents and the information as well. And then public engagement is a foundation for us.
So quick question, do you, as a routine, as a board, review the charters of your committees on a regular cycle? How often is that?
Annually.
Annually in January, okay. So that's a chance for you to reflect and really think about it. Great, thank you, Brad.
Yeah, you're welcome. The third one is, this channels a little bit of maybe what I'm going to summarize as the points of friction dialogue a little bit, but continue to invest in ensuring the right amount of time is available to brief the board on key decisions, difficult decisions that will need to be made. And at the same time, keep operating at a strategic level. Don't get bogged down in the minutia. One of the things that we talked about was how that can enable management to be better listeners, better hearers of different perspectives and how people are viewing the same subject uniquely. And we thought that would be important to invest in. More intentional investment in identifying the best opportunities for board members to learn or participate in the business. A number of groups have stated this one, but someone in the group had cited the importance of continuing to engage board members in state, regional, and national meetings. Javier has been very strong in encouraging many of us to do that, and someone had expressed their gratitude and the importance of them being able to participate in those settings. A couple more here, board succession planning, board chair, committee chair, and establishing a process that may reflect the way the organization is operating a little bit better. The board collectively defining the competencies of a board chair could help shape the discussion on who are the right candidates to occupy that role. Just as an example, someone had identified there might be an opportunity to codify the competencies in the right policy for sustainability purposes. The CEO board chair CEO board chair relationship remains exceptionally critical. And someone used the term waterfall, how that affects the organization as a whole, the strength and quality of that relationship. And there were a lot of exceptionally positive comments around current state of that. And someone had commented that the board and ELT is increasingly viewed as one unit, maybe as opposed to two teams or two groups. And the last one, the board and ELT being out in the community with a focus on large business leaders, better articulating the total value proposition of public power within Eastern Nebraska and across the state, and with a focus on the strategic benefit to the community and state, as opposed to letting the perception of a governmental organization sort of persist in various pockets.
So just for Michelle's benefit, this was better articulating the value of public power to the public.
In the large business community.
In the large business community, huh? Thank you.
Craig didn't pull the computer, so I must have done a pretty.
I didn't even touch my microphone.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, round of applause for group 4. Thank you, guys. So lots of good ideas here. Javier, I think before we go and start looking at these ideas, if I could ask.
On this particular thing, I appreciate, thank you so much, Michelle, for taking notes. And I know that individually, if you have notes, if you could just forward those in your best to Aaron so we can consolidate them so that we can make sure we get the whole of it all captured. Would be
And Michelle, don't sit down too quickly because I have more work for you to do. Sorry. Javier, I know that you and I talked about some particular goals you also had and thoughts you had about strengthening the relationship. And I wonder if just now would be an opportunity for you to say a little bit about that so we can sort of see the full suite of ideas all at once here before we dive into talking about operationalizing them. Is this okay to have you talk about that now?
What if I say no?
Yeah. I move on to the flip charts.
Of course, it's a perfect time, Eric.
All right.
It's on the agenda. No, thank you for that. And I really, really appreciate the just all leaning in and having a good, candid discussion of what's working, what could be improved. I 100% agree with the statement that things are working well, much, much better than they've ever, at least in the 7 years that I've been at OPPD. This is, to me, the highest functioning environment that we've ever had. So let me just take that as the base. Troy mentioned just a while ago, whenever we look at surveys and there's an area of improvement, we tend to focus on that one, but I don't want just to focus on what I'm about to say. I want to celebrate the overall. I mean, we are in an incredibly better place than we've ever been before. We also, as a company, as an industry, we are in probably the most challenging place that we've ever been. With load growth coming to us at a pace that we've never had before, with issues with climate change, we're trying to mitigate that through our SE7 work, but we're also trying to adapt to climate change. It's happening to us on a almost weekly basis. I'm knocking on wood for tonight's storm not to be that bad. From a regulatory perspective, I mean, it's really hard to keep the lights on, really hard to do everything that the board is asking us to do. And yet I'm incredibly grateful for the push for excellence to continue to keep what we have going on really well and really take these organizations to the next level and continue to be leading the way we power the future. How do we sustain governance and how do we do this in an even better way than we have today? And part of this is, I'm going to be very candid. The board, this board, other than Matt, you joined after the fact, but you all hired me. You voted, and you asked me to lead the organization. And I'm doing my best, and I've hired the best possible team. We have just something really, really special going on. As we continue to move forward and we address the challenges that come our way with the thousands of megawatts coming in new load and our desire to achieve net zero carbon and responding to the climate issues and weather issues we have, I wish we could invest in a governance structure where board members are coming to me asking, how are you doing? And you are doing that more and more than before, but say, hey, as we're contemplating this policy, what worries you, CEO? Is there anything in here that worries you, that is preventing you from doing this work? What haven't I considered? How hard would it be for us to achieve this policy objective? It sounds easy, sounds very logical, but that's one thing that I think we can work on a little bit more. I'm not suggesting that doesn't happen, but it usually happens in a reactive way, right? And once the conversation is going down a certain path, sometimes I feel like I have to inject myself and say, hey, can I share how critical this is, the friction that I have, the challenges that exist before we continue to work on and talk about policy development. There are a lot of things that need to be incorporated, right? And I think that's one thing from a governance perspective that would be fantastic, as you have asked me to challenge and lead this organization and achieve all of the things that strategic directives are asking us to do. I am facing a lot of challenges too. And it would be fantastic for me to be able to say, hey, time out. If we're going to move here and here and here, let me tell you what the challenges are. How hard would it be? What are the consequences of moving policy that way? Right? Use me as a barometer of how fast, which direction, how we could move the organization. That, again, I'm not suggesting it doesn't happen, but I think if to the extent we can turn the knob a little bit higher, I think that has to happen a little bit more. The industry is changing really, really fast. Our environment is changing really, really fast, and I think it's important for the board to hear from me, not just a report out, but as you're having ideas, consult with me. What do you think? Right? How you're in the day-to-day, you're in the trenches, you're working with a team. what do you think about this idea I have, or this idea we have? How hard, how easy? What are the challenges that this may create for the organization? I think that that would result in less friction, right? Less energy draining that happens. We'll have a better calibration between board expectations and the reality of running the utility. Eric, I don't know if that's good enough to keep.
That's great. No, I appreciate that very much. And of course, where my brain is going is to asking you perhaps to imagine, Javier, how would we operationalize that? And what forums or what contexts, what process needs to change to afford the opportunity for board members to ask the questions like, help us understand what the unintended consequences of this policy change would be. Help us understand what the challenges would be. Help us understand. Because I don't have a clear idea in my own head, Javier, of how much access board members have to you to ask and pose those questions and to have have the access to them to be able to respond.
I think that the means are there, right? I have conversations with all of you frequently, and some more frequent than others, depending on the time of the year, depending on the topic. Part of it is me. I own this dynamic, right? It has been mostly I operate mostly in an informed manner. I am informing the board. There's an issue of asymmetry of information, and we can work better on that. It's not necessarily creating a new venue. It's maybe changing slightly the tone of the conversation. Instead of me reaching out and offering and informing, I would invite board members to call me and ask those questions as you're pondering policy decisions. I think there's an opportunity to have a little bit more of a two-way dialogue in there, and it's just an open invitation to say, I wish you would have asked me. I wish someone had asked me that question. Well, the channels are open.
So let me ask board members just to reflect on what you hear from Javier and how you're processing it and kind of what it makes you think about in terms of changes that you might in fact implement. Anybody?
I feel like you assert yourself.
Microphone, is your microphone on, Amanda?
It is.
Okay, great.
I think I'm good. So I'm like, oh yeah, we probably don't invite you to bring the information. I think that there's maybe an unspoken expectation that you'll bring the information and you'll assert yourself. And you do, I think you do that. So I can't think of a time where maybe we've gone too far down the road and then you've inserted information and given us different perspective. But I don't think we've gotten to a vote. And then after the fact, you said, oh, but this, I don't think we've gotten there. So I think you pull us back from the edge a little bit. So, but as far as like how to go about making it part of like where we don't have to think about, oh yeah, I need to invite Javier into this conversation. I mean, I think we can have some structure around agenda planning for our committee discussions, and that just be an item, it's an item on the list. Every time we're going to talk about policy, item A or B needs to be, okay, we need Javier's insights. Something along those lines.
Mhm.
That's my idea.
Others? Matt, I'm curious to hear from you on this one. So do you feel you're able to pick up the phone, call your CEO and say, hey, help me understand kind of what your feelings are on this projected potential policy change or this potential direction? Is that something you feel invited to do all the time?
Yes, but I'd maybe echo what Amanda said. Like I think Javier is comfortable enough to assert himself when needed. So it hasn't been, I mean, I think there's a respective time consideration that I would try to have with that. If there was something very, very vital, and I would feel welcome to call him. But at the same time, I also appreciate knowing that he would let us know how he felt. I was looking at our placards here and maybe thinking there's something that could be in there, because in my mind right now, it's, I think I try to consider that when we're presenting information, but if there was something added to here, I know we all are mindful of these, but something that would remind me to make sure that I'm considering the impacts to the organization and to staff when we're going through something. But I did write down, just for clarity, if you would like us to call you more frequently, I think that's a good thing. I'm not, I mean, really, like, not to be on the nose with it, but like, maybe it's this, standoff of we don't want to bother each other or something, but I think ultimately he does a great job of letting us know. But if you'd rather it come the other way and say, hey, there's this big thing we've been talking about in committee, can we talk about it? If you'd rather the direction come from us to you, I'd be happy to do it either way.
Thank you for that. I think it's a combination of things. It's not just welcoming phone calls, because those things are easy to fix. I think it's also the underlying understanding that, or permission, in a way. The word I assert myself. I come in and I provide information. Many times I feel nervous about it. I feel, I don't know if you're going to perceive me as going against what you want to do. And I'm like, I still do it because I think it's the right thing to do. It's part of my job. But I think just having that permission, or that understanding that I'm going to call you or you can call me, and I will share from an operational perspective, my opinion, my voice is important to you. It's very clear to me, I'm not elected. I don't vote, you do. But that you value that opinion as someone who's inside the organization, sharing that with you. And it is happening today. I think if we were to, again, we're at a really good point. If we were to improve these even better from a governance perspective, having this understanding of welcoming and, hey, let me ask the CEO. And for me to, when I assert myself, it's expected, right? You're expecting me to do that.
I mean, maybe this is the time to just remember the dynamic between a board and the CEO, because you are his employer. And so I love the fact that you mentioned that it sometimes makes me a little nervous to push back against the board because they are my employers. So that dynamic is one in which you inviting his input gives him permission then to push back in a way that, if it's not invited, may seem and be perceived differently on both sides of the table. So I appreciate the subtlety here in terms of the invitation, the permission to give feedback that Javier is looking for. I also appreciate, I think, Matt, it was you who just said, maybe there's something we put on this placard that says something like, remember to ask the CEO what he thinks.
Or even if we add to these operating principles, is that the board invites the CEO to give information or to clarify his position with board action. So, maybe we just need to add to our operating principles that we're inviting the CEO to clarify his position on board action. And that would make it explicit rather than just implicit that we accept his calls.
I mean, let's just pause there for a moment, because
If I may, Eric, real quick, and to respond to that, I think that's going back to the structure. Of course, we're public power. You are the board. I am not. But in many other, corporations, when you have good governance, most of the times the CEO is part of the board, right? Very clearly, I'm not suggesting that. But how do I'm trying to play a role a little bit different than in the past, where I am not just an ELT. I am not just management. I'm trying to be a liaison between the board and management, and having that, taking the perspective from the board, bring that back to management, and taking the perspective from management and bring that back to the board. I think there's an opportunity for us to do that more, clearly acknowledging that I don't vote. I am not part of the board, but it would give me a better tool for me to be a better liaison between the board and the organization and play that both ways, back and forth.
I'm just going to, if it's all right with the board members, I'm going to circle this idea of adding something to the placard. Does that seem like it makes sense as like a potential action item here? Sarah?
I won't speak to that, but I have a curiosity around whether or not this conversation is a part of something that's missing. So one of the things that's been missing, or that I've observed that's been missing, is that we haven't been doing those CEO one-on-ones or small groups with regularity. They come up when it's like, oh, it's time to talk about SD7 and I need a one-on-one. As opposed to, let's have those conversations back and forth with regularity, or have those quarterly conversations in a calendar at the beginning of the year, and then we don't move them around. And so I think what's happened then, because we don't have those one-on-ones that are structured, it would rarely occur to me to just like call you out of the blue, because I have seen your calendar and it's terrifying. I've seen mine and it's not much better. And so I think by losing that one-on-one structure, I think we've lost that ability to have that one-on-one time with you where we can both clarify what's cooking on both of our ends. I think it's different for the governance chair, and I think it's different for the chair of the board. But for everybody else, I don't have those one-on-ones unless they're scheduled, and they haven't been scheduled for quite a while.
We schedule them every quarter, out to your point. We schedule them every quarter, but to your point, we should do that for the entire year. Have those touch points.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
So let's circle that one too. It sounds like that's another action step to take. All right, well, so 2 action steps so far. Maybe we can grab this flip chart here. Any further reflection before we move back to, actually, let me do this. Let's take a quick break. We've had a chance to kind of reflect on these things. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll dig into these other ideas and spend the next hour or so doing that before we break for lunch. We want to identify. And so we're just going to start with group 1. Michelle's going to help us with flip charting any specific, here's how we're going to get this done better, or how we're going to sustain this. So let's just start with group 1. Group 1, you talked very articulately about the need for continued context setting. And so I am curious whether, as you had your discussion about better sort of devotion to context setting as you tackle issues, whether there was a specific idea you had that here's how we could operationalize that. Mic's on, please, whenever you have a chance to speak.
May defer to some of my team members for some commentary and insight,
Yeah.
if I could.
Sarah or Matt, did you have any particular ideas about how to operationalize kind of better context setting as you had that discussion as a group?
I think the only thing we talked about was opening up the door to the opportunity for more off-the-record conversations or more individual conversations with ELT members. And one of the pieces of that was availability. So what we had talked about and what we had kicked around was the opportunity for board members to offer like office hours, to say, every Monday at 1, I'll always be available if you need me. And if you do not need me, then, that time would be free time, but something along those lines, because it's recently been really difficult. You'll get a text that's like, hey, do you have 30 minutes or something along those lines? And I might not, or other members might not. And so sort of offering up sort of a regular time so that the ELT knows that it's available or something along those lines.
Other thoughts on this one in terms of how to potentially operationalize just more? So what I hear here is just the need for more, this ties in with our discussion this afternoon about training topics, right? And strategic training and strategic education. Any other thoughts from anybody around like how how as a group do we assure that there's appropriate opportunities for context setting?
So
Eric?
kind of on a real specific response there, since Javier was out of the room, I will say after or during the break, he and I talked and he also used the term office hours. So hearing that from another person, I think the idea of setting more proactive specific times for availability of communication might be something that more people are also interested in. I think that's an interesting concept. So it's a real specific thing, but he also said it just a minute ago.
Uh-huh.
And so, yeah, I just wanted to echo that that is perhaps something that more people would also be interested in.
Uh-huh. Again, but going back to the thought I offered, it may not be that every board meeting is divided into a study session in the morning and a board meeting in the afternoon, but the idea of carving out deliberate times on the calendar where you say, this is going to be a study session. This is not for us to do anything other than just set context and understand trends and be able to ask good questions, whether of ourselves or of other experts, so we really have our hands wrapped around a given issue. Good idea? Too much to add to the calendar?
Probably too much to add to the calendar
Uh-huh.
if it was a separate meeting, but maybe the agenda could have a section of this and then we do this.
And the agendas you're speaking of are all committees,
All committees as well as our pre-committee meetings,
as well as your pre-committee meetings? So adding something around,
just the way we organize the conversation, I'm thinking.
uh-huh.
I like the idea of office hours. To be clear, that's office hours for both board members and ELT, so. Yes, or just board members was the idea? Okay.
Because the request for ad hoc meetings.
Mhm.
This day, she's available to us. But yeah, I could, yeah.
Can you turn your mic?
Oh. Just board, we had only discussed board members. We hadn't talked about the ELT.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder what the interest would be to have ELT also have a set office hours that if we need to reach out with questions or the help me understands that we know when the phone could be answered. Not that phone calls go unanswered. I think it's just a matter of like what we were talking about is the schedules are busy and I think we have informally operationalized, we don't talk outside the
Mhm.
meetings because everyone's busy.
Craig, I'm curious to hear what you're thinking is about this idea of office hours or setting hours. Mic on, please.
Yeah, sorry, I missed the early part of the conversation. It has me just kind of thinking about what problem were we trying to solve?
So it's
I
back
guess?
to this first group one's desire to sort of look at how do we assure there's more good context and understanding of a given issue or topic before we start to really wade into the policy development
Yeah.
piece of it. How do we make sure we're educated enough about a given issue?
I guess my first hesitation is it's more friction to a conversation that I think, to me, my hope and expectation is that if Brad needs to talk to me, he's going to call me.
Mhm.
And to me, I think, I feel like things are moving at such a pace at this point that I want to be, as a board member, I want to be available. I want to be responsive. And I don't want Javier or anyone else to wait until, next week on Tuesday, because that's when the office hours are.
Uh-huh.
But if it's a tool that's going to be helpful for raising the context, for enhancing communication, then great. I just don't want it to be the thing that I don't want the end result to be that it's delaying.
Those
some
are
of
the
things
only
need
times we
do
get to
anyway.
talk to each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
Right. Doctor's only available at 2:00 on Friday.
Right. If it's a both and, I think it could enhance it.
Yeah.
So from the group reports earlier, and something we talked about was what is the desired method of communication for different directors? And it seems like there might be different preferences for different people, where Sarah and Amanda both expressed support for office hours style known availability ahead of time, but Craig is more open to a less structured outreach. Is that what I'm hearing? Because I would always put myself in the category of less likely to be more formally available at specific hours, but more likely to be available on short term. Text from Javier, do you have 5 minutes to talk?
Yes, and I guess what I would appreciate knowing though is I need a feedback mechanism to know whether or not that works, right? So if Javier says, Craig, that's great in concept, but I can never get a hold of you.
Yeah.
Could you just set aside some time? And that's really helpful for me to know, so to your point, yes. I mean, I think that's one of the things we kind of talked about in our small group was a lot of what we've been doing. I was reflecting on a year ago when you kind of said, here's one of the things that I want to do. I want to involve you as a board in more things. And we said, absolutely, let's do that. And that's happened. And I think that's a big part of the reason why we've seen a better relationship formed in addition to other things. And that's taking more time for board members. And we've also, layered in additional ideas for how the board can see more things, have more conversations. So I want to be a little bit sensitive to the need to prioritize these things and do it like for different people in the right way at the right time. And it's going to vary for people as well. So it's not too much. It's not too much, but I every time we say, well, we could also do this and we could also do this, then it all of a sudden it becomes a tension point. And I don't want the team hesitating to reach out because they don't want to bother us either. So I just think for me, it's a new muscle that we're still building even a year in that we need to continue to wrestle with and find that sweet spot for.
I'm not hearing any need to systematize necessarily one system, but just to recognize that multiple systems may add up to the right system. And I'm going back a little bit to this group here as well, where you talked about understanding and developing kind of a plan for how we are going to optimize our communications, knowing what board members' preferences are. That's what I heard you guys say. So maybe it's a little bit of work in the action item would be to let's actually reach out and find out what each board member's real preferences are and try to use that information to be a little bit better, just a little bit better in how we utilize time to set clarity, to get clarity, to set context. So I think you've got that. Consider ELT board individual preferences, and maybe the action here, item here, Michelle, is kind of some work that gets done to just assure that people have a chance to sort of express their preferences for communication, if that makes sense. I'm going to keep going on. So part of the other thing that you guys talked about over here in group one was language disparity, lingo, definitional clarity. That would all seem to be kind of part of the same, like we just need time to clarify. If we have questions, we need to have chances to clarify. I'm not sure there's an action item there unless you guys identified an action item there. And then incorporating more time in pre-committee for discussion and flexibility of discussion. So that sounded like a little bit more of a relaxed formal agenda for pre-committee and more of a kind of flexibility in pre-committee. Is that what I heard you saying? Matt? Sarah?
Yeah, it was maybe to bring up to the using pre-committee as an opportunity to gain some of that context. In whichever way is not putting more pressure on the people that are presenting at pre-committee, and I think Sarah brought up maybe that each committee is different too, which I would wholeheartedly agree with. So just taking a look at how we spend our time in pre-committee for the best way for the organization.
How are the agendas for pre-committee set? Is it the executive team member assigned to that committee who drafts one and then runs it past the chair of the committee, or how does it work? Yeah, microphone.
For customer and public engagement, Lisa and I and Sarah had gotten together early in the year and set out a year-long kind of a pre-plan so we could all calibrate on what topics we wanted to cover and repetitive topics. And then as I say, we use that as a basis, and as conditions and pop-up priorities might dictate, we may vary from that a little bit with agreement. With Rieka's help, we'll usually propose a draft agenda, signal what's varied from our overall plan to Sarah and get concurrence, and then finalize it from there.
Is there anything that needs to be tweaked in that process to give you more flexibility to set context and be?
I think not in that process. I think what we'd have to look at is, it feels like we have lots of potatoes in a 60-minute bag today. So to allow for, additional 5 or 10 minutes per topic, or if it's that, we'd probably have to look at a little bit less condensed topical agenda to allow for some of that time, and then see if that fit within the planned total meeting time, or if we had to try to extend out the agenda topics, or maybe hit the reoccurring ones less frequently throughout the year, something like that.
What's really beautiful about this is we'll say, okay, it's legislative time. There's some hot topics and so forth. And then when he and I will have a conversation, then we'll go to the chair and say, what are your thoughts on this?
So am I hearing that it would just really be in that design of each meeting's agenda that you would just carve out 10 minutes for additional kind of discussion?
Something that comes to mind, and it has nothing to do with the actual agenda or et cetera, but we talked about these either last year or the year before, and I think we've done a significantly better job at calibrating expectations, where we've had the evolution of inquiries or need for information where got us to a point where we had 130 slides, right, for one topic. It was, and what else, and then we never really got a chance to recalibrate. I think we've done a much better job now to say, okay, what level, what depth do you need? Sometimes the contextual piece might just be a 5-minute conversation. Hey, let me explain to you just this at a very high level. This is more or less what we're thinking. Oh, that might be it. So I think there's room for us also to calibrate at that level to say not everything has to be a full-on 60-slide deck presentation, which you have people in the organization who are very proud of what they do, and they will give you all the specifics, all the details. And that, I think, comes at the expense of time and accessibility and agenda for different topics. So I think that there's also an element of calibrating to, is this just a touch point? Can we have a 5-minute conversation? What is this particular topic you're talking about? What does it mean just in the context? And that may lead to, hey, we want more, but it may not.
Part of my experience watching boards is that, and watching ELT interactions with boards, is that oftentimes the kind of context that you get is, here is all the ways we as leadership team members are taking care of this business. Here's all the things we're doing, as opposed to context setting around, here are all of the different external factors that are weighing on us as we are trying to sort through how best to do this or do that. So, for example, if you're trying to implement AMI, one can imagine a context setting around, like, what is the impact likely to be on different segments of our ratepayer base in terms of the deployment of AMI? What are the things we need to be thinking about so that we can anticipate any issues that may arise, as opposed to, let's get down to the nitty-gritty details of all of the capabilities and functionalities of AMI so that we can sort of get, geek out on what AMI can do for us. So it's partly it's about what kind of context are you looking for? And how will that context help you as board members make decisions more effectively? I don't know if that makes sense, but to me, it's like kind of setting the table for the context setting in a way that helps board members think strategically and long-term about the impacts on customers, as opposed to kind of just hearing all of the operational nuances of, like, well, here's how we're going to do this. So maybe there's a recalibration of, like, when we are having our pre-committee meetings, like, what's the content of that meeting that helps us as board members be better prepared to think about the issue from an impact perspective, a results perspective.
I think that occasionally when we have agenda items that are written as questions, it helps frame up what's the discussion aiming at? The discussion's aiming at answering this question. And I'm also, I always kind of, when I think about meetings and I think about agendas, the question of could this meeting have been an email kind of comes back to me. And that maybe is the opportunity for pre-meeting material that can be consumed at someone's own pace. I think of like the pace at which people think and like I need to read something and I'm not going to have immediate ideas usually. Like I need to have it percolate and then I can come with better questions, better suggestions, whatever. And I don't think that I need people to write up big context, essays. I'm wondering if there's a way we can leverage technology of just give me a 5-minute video of you describing this. It's very quick for you to create and for me to consume. And that has now has set the tone for then when I'm looking at the more like specific written material of like what you need from me in this meeting.
That's interesting.
Can I offer this? And Mikhail Purnell is a master at doing this, and we've already been doing this change within the ELT. And what you're talking about is something that I think we're already doing with the ELT. I think there's more to do, and we can do that with the board. And I called Mikhail because she's done fantastic work with. She has a complicated topic that takes some time to digest, and if she waits for all of us to be in the room together, she's gonna wait months. And even when that happens, someone's not having a good morning or you have an emergency or something, and not everyone's going to be paying attention. So one of the things that she did, and I welcome you to chime in here, is she's been recording 15-minute presentations. And it's been fantastic because then we all get to consume it at different times whenever works. Yeah. Mikhail, I don't know if anything you want to share and how could these work for the board?
Thank you, Javier. For me, it really was a lot of what Amanda is talking about. Not only it's difficult to get all of us together at one time, but I loved when Scott told me, oh, I had some questions and I was able to rewind it and actually get the answers to my questions. So I didn't have to ask that. But even in situations where we get together for maybe 30 minutes to discuss it, then the ELT is usually coming with more thoughtful questions. They've had time to think through things, just like you said. And for those of us who are slow thinkers, who need things to percolate for a while, that's generally helpful. But what it also does for the folks on my side with my team, it also allows them to be thoughtful about what needs to be said. So we're not making it up in the moment as we're just looking at slides and sort of trying to determine what that is. And generally, I'm giving them time limits as well. You only have this amount of time, like this is not an hour-long presentation. And it seems as though that has worked in the times that we've done it with the ELT.
So this is an interesting idea to me. It sounds like part of the context setting strategy could be utilizing these short bursts of video information that ELT members could prepare that would help you board members then get insights into kind of what the context is asynchronously. Don't have to have a meeting. It's kind of the flipped learning model in education, right? Where you watch the lecture before the class, then you come to class and actually are prepared to have a discussion.
I don't want to lose the agenda question.
Yeah, so let's get two things here. So one is the agenda question, which I thought was a great idea, which is like, let's think about the powerful questions that we want to include on our pre-committee and committee agendas that will help trigger the conversations we want to have. So that takes some time to think about, like, what are those questions? All of you agenda preparers.
And I think that You started to operationalize the idea of adding an objective, and I think that it just is a rewording of that objective statement. I don't think, and it's one question that is kind of the guiding question that we're putting out there.
Mhm.
We have the video content that's going to start us thinking about how might we answer that during our discussion.
Mhm.
So I think the two work in tandem.
Anybody feeling any heartburn around this direction? ELT members around like committing to more video education of your colleagues?
Let me call it two things that come to mind. One is sensitivity of information. And so we're just acknowledging that a lot of this should be able to be delivered in a way that's recorded, you can watch it, et cetera. Sometimes because of the sensitive nature of information, we may not want to do that because then you have something that could be taken out of context or is sensitive to pricing information, things like that. So that's number one. And the other one, these works because we have the relationship we have today. And I'm going to call out, these would not work well, or I would be very nervous about my team doing these in an environment where, I'm going to say this, anything you say can be taken against you, right? And I'm like, no, this is, I think, I want to celebrate that we can do these and we can share that type of information in a recorded manner with board members where you're not reading the room, where you don't have to watch what you're saying. Like, this is content that can be and should be consumed in a good way, and board members will come back and ask, hey, clarifying questions, but that hasn't always been the case, and I think that's a beautiful thing to celebrate, that if we go this direction is because we have that shared knowledge and trust that it's not going to be perfect. You'll have something that may not have been ideally presented, and we'll have a chance to go back and calibrate.
Cool. I'm going to keep things going along here. I'm going to move to Group 4's ideas. You could just put those on the flip chart over there, Michelle, please. So first, Group 4 talked about investing in the existing committee structure. Turning over here to Group 4, wanting to see if there's any action items around that we want to call out. Investing appropriate time to present the issues to board members, is what I understand is the next point. Help me understand if we missed anything here in terms of like the capturing of this or any implementation ideas. Opportunities to participate and observe operations. So I think this was particularly in the context of new ELT members or new board members coming on board, like the opportunity to make sure that there's enough onboarding education to understand and appreciate the business. We do have kind of that conversation coming up after this afternoon too, after lunch. But anything to say here about like just exposure to operations, exposure to the business that we want to call out as an action item?
Yes, new board members for sure, but I think I would acknowledge that, the industry's changing, our organization's changing, there's a lot going on, so I don't want to limit it to new board members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in terms of operationalizing anything different in terms of like the frequency or the opportunities for exposure to operations? Okay. Board succession planning chair competencies. So the idea here was that, hey, the role of chair takes a special just time commitment, willingness to kind of be a bridge builder with the CEO, be somebody who helps the board members and the committees, all of that structure work effectively. And I would just say from my own experience, a key role of the board chair from time to time is just to kind of, and this is not the case today, but we're talking about trying to systematize and build strong relationships as we go forward. Sometimes the board chair has to be the one to have a conversation, sometimes a tough conversation with another board member, and just say, hey, let's remember kind of what we're here to do. Here's why we're operating in this way. These are the operating principles we operate under. I want to make sure you continue to help us be as good a board as we can be. So some people are more skilled at and frankly willing to play that role, and others are less willing and to play that role. So
I love this idea of like having almost like a chair success profile similar to the CEO success profile that we have. I mean, that's not a foreign concept to this organization. And, you know, through observation then of different board members and as they evolve and they first join the board, we, you know, the board can determine whether they fit the need or not. I like that idea a lot.
others, thoughts on this?
I think this is well timed. We're going to have an opportunity to have a new chair going into next year. So we're a couple months away from that transition. And so I think we do have sufficient time to line up some expectations, and perhaps the outgoing chair could also, I don't know, something like a letter or some kind of a, you know, here's how the last 2 years went, something that helps convey to the new chair. And we have done this informally through conversations, but I'm curious if there's some kind of way that we could formalize a way in which we communicate our experience to the next person that helps to avoid the risk of, if you choose not to have that conversation with the next chair, then you find yourself in an awkward position. Let's make it a little more clear of, you are expected as kind of your last duty as chair to help the next chair get going.
I'm actually wondering if human capital, if there's someone in the team that's skilled at maybe interviewing a couple chairs and then are like distilling that information down into, here are some of the common threads of core competencies that we need to be looking at. I mean, we already have a job description that's in our board policy book, but then marrying that job description up with the intangible attributes that we're looking at.
Best practice.
And best
Best
practice.
practices, yeah. Does that seem like a reasonable request?
Yes, we'll discuss with my peer and we'll come up with something. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, good.
Being mindful of unity of control, just because it's suggested does not mean that.
We captured that, Michelle? Okay, great.
Can I add one thing on that though?
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, Sarah.
So the reason why I'm sort of taking a pause on adding these competencies is because I never want an emerging or a growing leader to look at that list and say, I'm not qualified. And to not want to run for board chair or be board chair because they don't meet every single one of them. I think we're all growing in our leadership. And so having some sort of caveat in there that says, you know, these are non-binding or these are recommendations, so that they're not discouraging for new leaders.
Also, there's a fine line between making suggestions and also the perception is, this is how you should do it. Everybody has a little bit of an ego, okay? And if, I don't care to be chairman again, but if I was gonna be chairman, I'm gonna do it my way. And, you know, that's just the way it's gonna be. And so we gotta be careful that we don't cross that line, I guess.
Anything else on this one? Okay, so let's see, the CEO board relationship is critical. So I think that's kind of gets to the question that we just discussed. Articulate the value of public power. Better articulate the value proposition of public power, the importance of public power in the community. So did you discuss an action item or an operationalizing of this idea, Steve? I see people looking at you. I mean, is it part of the regular, I'm sure it's part of what you do every day, Javier. You're talking about the importance of public power. Is it something that board members do regularly, is just to get out there and talk about the value of public power? Yeah, Mary.
Well, this was kind of mentioned in our group as well. I'm in a subdivision, sub-district that is not growing hugely. We are kind of maintaining and trimming trees and doing that sort of thing. But it was sparked by a conversation in our group, and the reminder that Lisa Olson said to me, I remember when I first joined the board, people think about their electricity and where it comes from about 10 minutes a year. when they pay the bill and when the lights go off. So maybe it's been a little more this year, unfortunately, but can't do anything about that. But two, in our reports of OPPD's interactions in Greater Nebraska and their interviews with commissioners and hearing from people in that community, I'm kind of struck with how unaware people are of the value of public power and their assumptions that we work just like independently owned utilities.
Right.
And that's not quite so. And so I think if it's helpful that I should be a little more outspoken about that in ways that I can and for my area, for my community.
Remind me, is there a strategic direction policy related to articulating the value of public power in this set of policies?
Not directly.
Because there is, at SMUD, there is one that says that we communicate to the public the value of public power. And so that's a strategic direction set by the board.
Scott, you want to reference SD1 or you want me to strengthen the public power advantage of affordable and reliable electricity?
Right. It's in SD1, but with regards to the board's accountability to go out there and proactively speak to it, I don't think it really highlights that, does it? I mean, the words aren't right in front of me, but.
It's a direction then to the district to make sure the public is aware of the value.
Well, it's
of public
integrated
power.
into SD1, which is the strategic foundation, but it doesn't speak to the board's accountability to make that happen. And I think that's what we're talking about, like what actions might the board be taking to bring that to life?
Or even organization wide, right?
Right, or organization wide. And certainly Lisa's team is out there and doing that. And are there things that the board could be doing? Right, or there's a campaign happening right now, but the question would become, are there things that the board would feel comfortable plugging into and being able to leverage and use that in community meetings or other things that they have going on that would continue to extol the value of public power?
If I may, just to articulate on something that Mary mentioned, because I really agree with it, and it's reason that this came up in our group. I'm continually involved in discussions with, others in the business community, generally the Omaha business community, but throughout the state. And I'm struck by the fact that while there's an appreciation just generally of public power, there's a dearth of real knowledge of how well it actually does function on a day-to-day basis. And I think that comes from perhaps some anchor bias by businesses who are, think that the only way that business can be conducted is on a for-profit basis.
Right.
We all live there, we get that. But public power has a different approach. And I would say, we should be very proud and loud about how successful the model works. An example is how nimbly the board, working with ELT, was able to adopt a near-term generation plan, an enormous plan that's now being implemented and being done in a very short period of time. I would put that up against any for-profit company, without doubt. That's why we talked about this in our group. So Mary, I concur with your observation. I think we need to be even louder about talking about our successes. We know we have issues, but we should also talk about our successes.
So thank you, Steve. So I think the question on the table is like, okay, so we agree we want to be out there talking about it, but is there any additional how that we want to add to the mix of the hows that are already in play? Javier?
I don't necessarily have anything to add on how we change this, but I'm going back to the governance piece. So it's not just about the value of public power, because I can talk about that for a really long time. But I think it's acknowledging that the obvious, I'm going to call it out. I have a board, a regulator, a rate-making entity, all concentrated in the same group of people.
Mm-hmm.
That provides the advantages that Steve just mentioned, which is a more expeditious way of working. There's less friction between those other models. But at the same time, I think from a governance perspective, it's really acknowledging that tension, right? Well, acknowledging the tension that as when you're acting as a board with, hey, this is what I would like for the utility to do, at the same time, the next board meeting, you're gonna have to wear your regulator hat, your rate making hat. So I think acknowledging that there's that tension, the governance practice we have today it's working really well. But that's how I would internalize the value of public power. It expedites, it removes friction, but at the same time, let's keep that very clear. Are you talking as a regulator, as a rate maker, or as the board, really just wishing for things? But you have to come out on the other end and regulate and be the rate maker.
Right.
I don't have a solution.
There's no
I
action
think
step
it's
here.
working
It's just
well. I just wanted
understanding
to
that we're doing it well
acknowledge that.
now. Right. I'm going to keep going on just in the interest of time. So let me move to the next group. We'll take group 2. So group 2, you divided this conversation into these 3 categories of communications and building relationships and speeding up familiarity. Were there any particular action items around communications? You talked about surveying annually. That was to determine like how people wanted to be communicated with, right? And we talked about that earlier, correct?
So I too will call upon the team members, but when we talked about that, it was to figure out just what Amanda was saying over there. Is there opportunities for us to get different media out there? How much do certain board members want to know about certain topics? And if they already know, maybe they don't watch that. And the other beauty of doing a video is you can go on 2-speed and you can listen to it really quickly if you know it, really well and everything. So that was the communications, was surveying so that we could get the media.
But the intention of the survey was to survey board members to learn what?
So it would be 2 parts, how often they want to be communicated. Well, actually 3 parts, how often they want to be communicated, how they want to be communicated to, in that. And is there something we're missing? Is there a subject matter that we're missing that we should be doing that?
Okay.
And Eric, as a very specific example, the one I brought up, I know that there are employees in our organization who spend a lot of time putting together and delivering the director's update every other week. Outside of maybe 1 or 2 board members from whom we get questions, the question has come up. Is this something that you're reading? Is this something that's helpful and useful? Because if it is not, then we can stop doing that and do something that's going to be more effective.
Yeah.
So that's merely one example.
So I hear a survey then as the action item to determine kind of what are the information needs of board members and the modalities of that information being satisfied. Right, Mike?
I'd kind of like to just go on record as saying that, me personally, the director's updates, I find quite interesting and helpful. And I appreciate the effort that goes into them and learn a lot from them, really do.
So everybody on board with the idea of a kind of a survey that just kind of helps calibrate where we're at? Okay, so we got a survey coming up. Building relationships, understand opportunities to connect, one-on-one ELT meetings. I heard the earlier conversation about resurrecting kind of a more regular calendar of one-on-one meetings as well. And remind me, are those one-on-one with board members, or were those two board members to one CEO? What was the format of those?
So I'll speak to that. It used to be one-on-one, 8 meetings every quarter. It was hard to find time. And so one of the things that we started doing about a year ago was opening up a few dates and allow board members to pick. And sometimes I've had one-on-one. Some board members request a one-on-one and we accommodate that, and some are indifferent. And sometimes I've had one-on-one, 2-on-1, 3-on-1. What I like about this is that the grouping changes too. And so I have an opportunity that the dynamic, the conversation is different. And it, in my opinion, sometimes results in a much richer conversation when you have many and it's not always the same group, it changes. So it's rather than scheduling one-on-ones throughout the year, maybe this is something that we need to figure out. How do we schedule specific times and then as time goes by, you get to pick what works for you, et cetera. But I like the flexibility and the groupings. I don't know.
I'm seeing head nods around the room. Does that work for everybody? Okay, so flexible kind of CEO office hours is kind of what we've been calling it in other contexts.
But I do need to schedule them out a year in advance.
Schedule a year in
every
advance
quarter. I think that's an action item I have.
For board members to have one-on-one meetings with, or multiple meetings with the CEO. So speeding up familiarity, this is about the board orientation. We're going to talk about that after lunch in terms of like, what is it, the information that would help you get up to speed quickest. Was there something else here that came up on your?
The only other thing I just wanted to mention, I've heard this both from board members and from ELT as we're talking today. They're both concerned about bothering the other people during a time, when due to time constraints. And I applaud that, that's Nebraska nice, in there. What I liked about what Craig said, we talked about office hours too. Having that available for things that are not urgent. But I can tell you that the ELT members, when they get a phone call from a board member, they pause and they go answer the phone, right? I mean, they do. It doesn't matter who we're talking to, on that. We just pause to make sure there's not an urgent request that's there, and we prioritize that. So I do think that if we try to formalize something, we also have to come up with the understanding that there are exceptions to every rule, and we all understand that. And I do think that from my standpoint, from the board, and I can speak for myself, call me anytime, right? I'll answer the phone, and if it's not urgent, we can talk about that and I can get back later. So I don't think we should hesitate on that.
Is there anything to operationalize around this desire for we haven't already talked about? Okay, I'm going to go on to this last group. Yep. Go. So officer committee assignments, we heard from group 3 talk about the value of those 2-year terms. It's on our agenda later on today. Do we want, let's just do it right now. Let's just do it right now. Everybody good with the 2-year terms for officers? Every board member? I'm looking for head nods.
You should actually vote each year, are we, to re-elect, say, the chairperson?
You have to vote each year.
You do have to vote each year. So what we can always do is this. New person comes in next year, for instance, at the end of that first year, take into consideration the value of the experience in the position and the value of giving that person a second year. So let's just leave it alone and probably make it almost an automatic rubber stamp, if you will, but always have the option to not proceed that way also. I just soon leave it alone, but try to give that person a second year, the overwhelming majority of the time. Is that okay, or just a thought?
So conversely, like I walked in here and was like, we should be 2-year terms on chairs and leadership, because I think given the way the organization keeps changing and shifting, offering the board and the ELT the organizational stability and leadership every 2 years made a lot of sense to me. But I also came from a place where you had 2-year leadership. I hear what you're saying in terms of like, oh, well, then we just ratify it again, which is what we've been doing. It's sort of off the record, right? We just ratify the slate every January. But what I'm hearing is that the ELT kind of likes this 2-year term. And so codifying it might give them some comfort in knowing that that stability would remain every 2 years.
Let's hear from some other folks on this one.
So,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Jen.
yeah, so in our board policies, there is a mechanism for removing a chair or a committee leader. So I think not having the 2-year should be the exception and not the rule. And there is a process for removing a chair or removing a removing a board chair or removing a committee chair if they're not performing in a way that the board agrees with. So yeah, I think having the 2-year as the rule and the removal of the person from that position is the exception to that rule.
Yep, I hear you. What do others think? Craig, what do you think on this question?
I think I mean, there's wide consensus that 2 years is preferred. To me, the question is that the right off-ramp if it's not working? Or is a ratification, as Mike suggested, every year, honestly, a more dignified way to allow somebody to, kind of, you're not doing it the way that we want you to?
Right. That's what was occurring to me. You could insert into your committee policy that the expectation is that people will serve for 2 years,
Yeah.
but they will be re-ratified on an annual basis, which gives you the opportunity for the off-ramp that Mike wants.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot easier and less awkward if you made the decision to not reelect a person than what it would be to boot them out.
Right.
Let's face it, there's no easy way to do that.
And so there is one other situation there would be if someone does not wish to continue in leadership. It's not a removal, but it is a step down. And I think that is already considered. You would to replace a chair.
I think so, or the person is not reelected to the board and then they wouldn't
Yeah.
continue, so.
The board and the committee have the obligation, I believe it's how it's spelled out, to fill that role.
So there was one other point. Steve, you said that we are required to do it annually, but you meant required by our policy GP5, not by state statute.
So yeah, you could easily be changed.
But that's internal, that is not external?
Exactly right.
Okay.
I would just offer there was one historically significant time where, due to both election cycle as well as the passing of a board member, I think Janice and Eric and Amanda, and was there one other? 3 board members came on at once, and the cyclical nature of that, I think mathematically may have made it hard to appoint folks for 2 years. And so having the flexibility, I think, honors the notion of what's intended here to go to 2 years, but it does provide a graceful off-ramp. And very practically speaking, there were probably times where we were grateful for that and we just didn't realize.
I hear a consensus to go ahead and modify the policy to express the intention to have people serve in 2-year terms. So let's go ahead and put that down to, and this is one of the GPs, I forget what the number is, would be modified, GP5. Thank you. So modified GP5. Thanks, Michelle. All right, so let's move on to this next topic here, which is information symmetry, individual requirements. I think that's going to get covered by this survey. I feel like that we're sort of dealing with that there. Sources of friction, navigation, policy updates, intentionally identify areas of friction. So I love this conversation when it came up, this idea of let's be intentional early on in a policy setting context of identifying points of potential friction and objectively assessing those before we start to wade in on our particular viewpoints with regard to what to do about a given topic. So I don't know whether that can be something that gets agendized as part of the agendas for meetings, or whether it's just a kind of a powerful question that we keep asking ourselves. Maybe it's even a placard question of like, have we asked ourselves that, do we fully understand kind of the objective context of this particular policy setting before we make policy? Maybe there's a placard and an agenda affix that gets implemented to kind of make sure that this habit gets ingrained, because I think it feels like such an important one.
Can I mention, so I started doing these last year with our one-on-ones. I changed the agenda, the content, and I have now three areas, right? It's for the board to begin considering, for the board to know, FYI, and then seeking feedback from the board. It's a muscle that we just started flexing about a year ago, but I think when it comes to points of friction, navigation, policy updates, identifying those, I think that first one, right, for the board to begin considering, I think this is one area where I need to be more intentional, and I would invite the board to be very intentional and say, we're going to spend quite a bit of time at the beginning of these regularly scheduled conversations to say, we have this big topic coming up. Could be the next year, could be the next 2 or 3 years. What are the points of friction? and really talk about those. We began those conversations and those had to do with rates and rate redesign. But I think there's a lot more that we could unpack that could address this issue. I just don't think I have done as good of a job as I should bringing those points of friction.
So in your mind, Javier, is that the operationalizing of this, or is there additional ways in which to assure this kind of points of friction conversation surfaces early in any relevant context?
I think it's both. It's the operationalizing it. It's doing more of what we already have in there. But what I would invite is, I set the agenda ahead of time. I'm trying to share the same thing with the board, with every board member that I meet. But it would be fantastic if I have a board member who has something in mind that it's not on the agenda, put it in there. And so that I can start having those conversations with everybody else. Say, hey, I have this idea about this particular SD. Let's talk about the potential points of friction that may.
Well, it's either GP2 or GP3 that says the role of board members is to understand the strategic viewpoints of your customers and the viewpoints and perspectives of your customers. And so I do wonder about like the ways in which you operationalize that aspect of that GP. Because that to me implies you have an obligation to not only just go out and listen to the people that you typically listen to, but to go out and solicit viewpoints and perspectives from people you would not ordinarily listen to, and really understand all of those as you think about your policymaking role. So I just, again, thinking about how you operationalize that GP that you have adopted, are there additional ways in which you could assure you're fulfilling that obligation that you've imposed upon yourselves of seeking out and understanding the viewpoints and perspectives of different customers?
I was just going to offer, I think we could frame a process and structure to be meaningfully pushed against, because we do like to push against structure. And I mean that very thoughtfully. But that would just be part of the conversation. If we know we're stepping into an SD conversation, here are the initial steps, we'll walk through them. So then it doesn't make it awkward, or it doesn't lead to assumptions. I can take that, let me just run with it.
Sure.
It's like, okay, but really, do we hit friction sources first? Or are we now 3 weeks into it and we're having to deal with that? So I think we could kind of template out and just provide enough structure on some of those when it's determined through the board work plan that SD whatever needs to be worked on, that we're working through it in a thoughtful and very intentional way.
So I think the action item there, is as a first step in any SD revision process, Michelle, assure there's appreciation of the different viewpoints and friction points.
There may be other things to add to that. For example, I know in preparation for this, you and Bill shared, is this something that a leader for an executive team member is running off with? Is this something that the board committee is taking lead on through the chairs? Is this something that needs to be externally facilitated? So it's beyond this. I just think creating that structure for how we kind of navigate through the SD refinement is going to be important to reduce friction.
Template structure for navigating SD refinement. Great.
I'll just quickly add this for me, because we're in the thick of SD7 and I'm constantly thinking about the next conversation we're going to have about SD7. And almost everything we're discussing for me is just painted through that lens right now. So to your point, this feels a little bit like some of the normalization of the language that's in these principles, to help me understand, because I think once we normalize that language, then that sends that signal immediately to everybody in the room. Okay, we're going to talk about the frictions that exist. So to the extent that we have simple, straightforward language that we can lean on consistently that sends that signal, that is super helpful to make sure we're all in it tells us where we're going.
So are you suggesting potentially a revision to the placard?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to run out of room, but but if we want to institutionalize it and make sure, because it is like, that's the reality. We're going to walk into some of these discussions and there's friction, whether we call it out or not. And it's really healthy to call it out so we can all have a good starting point for it. So to the extent that we can ingrain that in how we approach these conversations and give us the language to use it, then yes.
So let's look at potentially another action item, which would be bringing draft language back with regard to changes to the operating principles that would help ingrain that concept. Does that make sense? Everybody good with that? Okay. Where are we? Pace of policy revisions. Pace of policy revisions. I mean, I made a little speech about the importance of the stability of the SDs because you need to have a stable set of SDs to ensure that you can operate off of them and plan from them. But Javier, I'm curious if you feel like there's something here in terms of like a change in how we think about the pace of policy revisions.
I think we've made a lot of progress on this, to be honest with you. Janice, you were a champion of these about 3 years ago. That's when we created the board work plan. Amanda, you were chair, and that has helped us significantly in this area because now you see it, you see the work plan, you see the policy revisions coming up, and so that has helped a little bit of manage the volume, the frequency. Where we have the tool, we don't have the express interest or intention from the board, something to say, hey, ideally, we would like for any of these SDs, when you have a revision, to last approximately X number of years, always having the option to come back and revise it if something changes in the environment. But I think we have an opportunity to talk about what is the expected duration of an SD, and even those SDs who don't get touched in forever, it would probably force us to go back every so many years to go back and do that. I think that's where I would suggest there's an opportunity for us to improve. We have the work plan. We don't have an expectation of duration. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think that's how I operate.
And I assume, like, for example, when you're going through an SD7 revision, you're thinking long-term about, okay, if we're setting these policy goals, these are the implications in terms of our capital outlay, our capital expenditures, and all of that, so that you're paying attention to kind of what the set of predictable expectations you're laying out that enable the organization to make the investments. I mean, my earliest experience with public utilities with SMUD was one in which we did scenario planning, looking at capital outlays. This is long before we did policy governance. And in that scenario planning, laid out different capital outlay scenarios. And all I can say is my eyes were opened to the kind of the 40-year thinking that had to be employed in terms of capital expenditures. That's a long time for a board member sitting in a seat for 6 years, 8 years to contemplate. 12 years.
It's a little difficult to hear a little bit of that, Eric, but in your and Bill's travels, is there any kind of general rule of thumb or a pattern as far as how often you see revisions made to the strategic directives? And if so, are they generally minor in nature or pretty significant?
Yeah, it's hard to generalize, Mike. Some of them you see little change over the time. Others, like,
I think one of them is 17 times it's been revised over the last 20 years.
Yeah. So I would not want to sort of like cast like a net around that and say it should be this or should be that. I think it's more the thinking around like, what are the implications if we change it on the organization and the expenditures that it has already committed to? And are we leaving things that we already committed to doing now stranded because we are changing our minds? And you all know about the dangers and risks of stranded assets, but that is the thing that you have to be thinking about. All right, well, I think we are done with our this.
Sorry. Can I hop in? I
Oh.
really like this invite ELT to participate. One, I want to make sure we don't lose that, because if we're the only ones that are looking at those saying, are they right? I'd really appreciate ELT's perspective on that.
Say a little bit more about perspective on what is right.
Well, correct me if can I ask you to just repeat what you said earlier?
Yes.
Thank you.
So currently, in preparation for this workshop, only the board goes through the policy survey.
Yes.
So now we could invite ELT to also participate in that survey. And then additionally, when we're doing the annual monitoring report, we have a final slide for all of those of reflections, and I don't remember the other word on it, other insights. And that's where if we say, okay, if, you know, we ask the question, is this policy still working for us right now in this moment? Is it giving us the direction we think we need? Really, the board is the only one that leans into that conversation, but we could invite the ELT and the CEO into that conversation at that time too. And sometimes we do on specific SDs, but as a normal operating procedure, it could become a new expectation.
So let's just take this one at a time. The idea of surveying ELT members with regard to the policies each cycle, were you all good with that idea? Yeah, ELT members are going like, no, I don't want. Everybody good with this idea? Okay, so we captured that, Michelle. Yep. Yep, great. And how about this question of, sorry, I already lost the second part of this. This is
The monitoring.
at the end of the monitoring report, inviting ELT feedback as well. Sound like a good idea? Okay.
I know that this is between us and Emil, but I don't want to lose the idea of potentially establishing a moratorium for policy revisions. And perhaps it's on, I don't know. I don't know what that looks like, but I am curious of what the board perspective is on that.
So I was thinking about this also, and when we do the SD1 monitoring report each year, we look at all of the rest of them, and there is a review of each of them. And perhaps as part of SD1, we could, Scott, this would be an ask for you, could look at the frequency of updates to each of the policies, because it's written on the top of each of the policies, but it hasn't been accounted or put into how often have we updated policy SD2, SD3, SD4 in the past? What is the past frequency? 7, as I think the most frequently updated, but just look at how often has it been, and then from there, try and guide toward what are our expectations for at the time of an additional feature policy update. How long do we expect it should be until in the next policy update? Because we haven't, I don't think we have a past look at how long it has been. Would that help to then set expectations moving forward of like, how frequently have we done it? Was that too much? Maybe we should tone it down a little.
Well, and I'm wondering if there is something that we could lean on with our biannual rate design approach, where there is then a structure in place for our rate design that maybe we could apply here, where after a review of rates, then it's established for the next 2 years. These are the ones that are going to get attention in year 1 and then in year 2. I don't.
But I haven't
See if
personally
it's
experienced any other utility trying to kind of make a blanket statement about like how often we shall or shall not revise our policies. So personally would worry a little bit about some kind of a blanket sort of statement like that. I really like your idea about, let's as a first step, or let's assess the frequency so at least we're mindful of it. And maybe that helps us in our work planning, be more judicious in what we choose to focus on.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I like that. And, on the agenda today is which policies would the board like to focus on? So like we have this annual mechanism built in where we can sort of, to your question, say, is there anything we really need to focus on this year? And maybe the answer is no.
Yeah.
So I generally like the ability to at least have the board
Coalesce around that.
coalesce around that idea. Yeah.
So let's add to the work, to the action plan, this idea of at least on the ST1 review cycle, also prepare a summary of the numbers of revisions of the SDs that have occurred.
I think from just a hygiene perspective, and in that same conversation, it's which policies does the board feel we need to change? Period, next sentence. And where do we just can't afford to have changes, right, on the stability piece? Without necessarily calling it a moratorium, but to say, because it's easy. I am a board member on other organizations, and as a board member, there's always that excitement on, yeah, we can. I have ideas, right? We can change things, and that's fantastic. That's beautiful. But at the same time, it's where do we don't need, or we need stability,
right?
Marinate,
right?
A couple more years before we insert others. I think that has to be that healthy discussion.
I just have one additional comment on this, is really the policy changes should be in response to some change in the industry or some change in the pace of business or something like that, and not necessarily just because the composition of the board changes or because the individual board members have some kind of a passion for that SD. So I don't know how we would add that to how we operationalize this, but putting a moratorium doesn't really allow the board to respond to major changes in the industry. And so yeah, all this discussion is good, but I'm really not in favor of moratoriums. I think that the pace is important. Not changing them too often is important, but we have to be able to respond to changes in the industry or changes in the state of the district.
Thank you, Janice. Any last thoughts on this topic? Okay, so we do have lunch coming up. What did we budget for lunch? Can somebody tell me how much time? Did we budget 45 minutes? We're running about 35 minutes. 35 minutes late. All right. No lunch for you. Let's see if we can get back here at 1:45. How about that? Let's eat lunch. It's going to give us basically 35 minutes for lunch. Okay? Hope you had a great lunch. We're going to dive into a conversation now about transitions and about managing transitions. First, a quick housekeeping note. If you were a note taker in the previous conversation, if you were group 4s, group 3s, group 2s, or group 1s note taker, please make sure that Aaron has your notes so that we can consolidate them all in one place. Thank you. And now into this managing transitions conversation. So this is triggered, of course, by the fact that we know we're going to have we have a board member leaving, Denise, and we have a new board member who is going to be joining us in January. So the thought here is we're already at a high level of operation. We just talked about how we want to build and sustain that level of board management, communication, and relationship. So the question is, how do we ensure that a new board member can operate at a high level? How do we get them up to speed? So you can see on the agenda, the question is, what were the most important tips you got when you joined the board? And what tips would you offer today to a new board member to assure they were operating at a high level on the board? So in order to kind of save some time on the exercise today, I'm not going to break you into small groups. Instead, I'm going to ask everybody, ELT members included, to reflect on these two questions and write down on your pad your ideas. We're going to want you to, again, save those so that we can start a new page. We want to be able to capture your notes. So look at the agenda if you could. And for board members and for ELT members, again, what were the most important tips you got when you joined the board? What would you want to make sure is the information you pass on or gets passed on? And then what tips would you offer today to somebody joining the board? So let's take 3 minutes just to reflect on that, and then I'm going to ask people to share at least one of the ideas you wrote down. Okay, let me go ahead and get started. Let's start with hearing from board members what your thoughts are. And Mike, if I can start with you, what would be one tip you would offer to a new board member to help them operate at a high level? Mike? Mike, no, microphone. Mike.
Okay. It's kind of the same thing I heard when I first got on the board and I was given this advice by our CEO, Fred Peterson at the time. He said, don't be intimidated by people here. He says, both the board members and management alike. He says, we're as intrigued about you as you are about what's going on here. He says, take things as they come, learn as you go. And, and it seemed to help. It made me relax and fit in a lot easier right away.
Great. Mary, how about you?
Well, I think at this point, it's important to be aware of the operating principles and to identify any covert norms that we may not have identified yet. And so, because I think that's what helps people be comfortable as well.
Great. Eric?
I engaged with American Public Power Association early on and went to the conference the first year. Strong recommends. The good thing is if you start in January, it's later in the year, so you'll have had about 6 months. I found that incredibly helpful because there was enough time to get familiar with the organization and know what questions to ask and know what things to look for at that specific event. I know that's a particularly detailed comment, but it did align really well with both the timing and the information I needed my first year.
Cool. Amanda?
I found it really helpful when Craig Moody sat down with me for the first all committee meeting and we walked step by step through the all committee booklet because I did not know what I was looking at.
So mentoring by Craig Moody, a permanent fixture of the OPPD onboarding process. Okay. Denise?
Yeah, so I kind of will piggyback on what Eric said is the thing that really, one of the things that really helped me the most was going to the SPP rate workshop, because that's one of the most important things that we do is set rates. And so I went to that rate workshop in May after I had just started. That really helped. And so my tip would be to take advantage of any and all learning opportunities that you are offered and spend all that money that's in the budget for for your learning opportunities. So that's what I would say.
Craig?
Relationship before task.
Say a little bit more about that.
Get to know the people you work with, get to know ELT. We inevitably are always going to have tricky conversations that are going to be much easier to navigate if you know the people across from you better.
Yeah, good. Sarah?
Yeah, in addition to a lot of those, Ann McGuire, I replaced Ann, and she kind of sat me down at the beginning and was sort of like, you need to remember the role of the board and sort of its role in governance, and don't try to understand everything. Just try to understand it enough so that you can make good choices. And that was really helpful for me.
Cool. Matt?
Excuse me, mine matched that pretty well. And what Mary had to say, I'd say too, is and somebody that was a past board member brought up the point that Sarah made about understanding that, and then also the way that goes back into the public, explain it in a way that your neighbor would be able to understand over coffee, that kind of thing. But yeah, then again, the role of the board and the operating principles. And appreciated knowing that, like, kudos to OPPD for having that pretty well ironed out immediately. That wasn't anything I did. They said, hey, come here this day, and that I appreciate that.
Yeah. Let me go around one more time with board members. So Mike, anything else that you would offer as a tip? Yeah. Mary? Any other tips you would offer?
Well, I just really valued the onboarding process and learning about the legal principles and how complex things are and how OPPD is down here and here's Uncle Ferk and Uncle Nurk and here's SPP over here. And, you know, we are not alone in trying this work. So there's all these, so that really opened my eyes a lot. I appreciated that.
Eric?
There are great tours available, so make sure and take advantage. Baseload, balancing, renewable, ECC. And you don't have to do all of that in the first year, but seeing things in person, it really helps you connect with what it is that the organization is doing in the community. Actually, it took until this year for me to make it to one of the service centers for a tour, but during the outage and restoration, that was also a very informative tour. So kudos to ELT who make that happen for the board members. I think that's really helpful.
Bill, hey, Bill, could you grab that one, please? Bill, could you grab that one?
And then one other one I would offer also is functionally totally different. To choose another external information source that works well for you. There's industry publications, the NEF, Canary, those types of places. For me, I listen to a lot of podcasts. Like a ridiculous amount, but whatever works best for you, find some form of information about the industry and taking information that way as well. Reading, watching, listening, all are good, but just choose one and get into it.
Amanda?
The revenue bond official statement is a wealth of information. And should be like the first thing anyone reads. You can skip all the actual financial stuff, but like the description of the system really puts the context of what do we have right now? What are we building? What is that future vision state? And it brings it all together in a, I think, very easily consumable way. That I'm impressed with. So thank you. And the financial stuff's good too, I suppose.
Denise?
Yeah, so, I think in line with what Amanda said, those retirement meetings are important because number one, it's important to our retirees and our employees who rely on that money to be invested wisely. But also you get all the geopolitical stuff and how that affects our investments and the reason why OPPD has a policy about COLA and retiree benefits the way they have. So how they protect retiree accounts. So I think if you only go to one, it's very eye-opening and very interesting to.
The retirement meetings you're thinking of are the retirement meetings where you are serving as what are you talking about exactly?
This is where the actuary,
Yeah, so twice a year we get together and we bring in, we review the retirement accounts. We have a financial advisor, Siegel Marco, who walks us through how we're performing. And then we bring through and have different advisors come and explain their performance. We review their performance. And so we do that every 6 months.
Great. Thank you. Great.
Find a way to stay in contact with and connected with the people that you represent. It's real easy to go right into the board and just get, all of this is super important, and I would echo everything that everyone has said. And you got to keep an eye on what your people are thinking too.
Yeah.
I would say don't be afraid to ask questions. So a lot of us don't come from an energy, or some of us don't come from an energy background. And so not feeling silly asking what an acronym means or what a transmission line is or things like that. I think you can feel like, oh gosh, everybody else knows what this is and I don't. But I think not being afraid to ask those questions is really helpful.
Matt?
I don't remember who, but somebody let me know that I had the same voice as others coming on the board as the new person, which is something I appreciated. But then also I do, but I don't have the practice that all my peers do on the board. So like the observation of them in the beginning stages of what they do, what aligns with you and how you do it, that kind of thing.
So any more tips from board members before I move on to listening to the ELT members? Mary?
I was unlucky. I attended the first all committees meeting after I had filed for being on the ticket, on the election ballot. And that was right before the shutdown. But the President, CEO Tim Burke came over and said, "Oh, welcome, and be sure here we have governance documents, and be sure you read those. Welcome, world. Look forward to working with you or whoever," kind of thing. It's very gracious, but he steered me to those. And then COVID shut everything down, and you all went on WebEx, and I stayed home and I listened to I think most of the all committees meetings for the remainder of the year, which was extremely informative, because there were lots that I missed, but I kind of could see the flow. You were working on the visioning thing at the time and could hear how it all worked together. That was very helpful.
Eric, anything else? Anybody else? Anybody more tips?
I just maybe echo what Eric mentioned earlier. I should have mentioned it earlier. The APPA training school we went to was like 4 or 5 days long. That was very beneficial and that helped a lot. I really got a lot out of it.
So let's rip this one off and go put those two over there. And maybe Bill, you can put a label on these as board member tips. Let's go to the members of the ELT, and maybe Brad, I can start with you over at this end. Steve, I'll get to you in a second. Brad, what would you say is a tip?
Yeah, clarification for me. So my comment is my sentiments to new board members.
Yeah, what would you say to a new board member that would help them operate at a high level?
I made the mistake of assuming I knew the extent of a person's perspective from what they said on the campaign trail. So that was an I comment. My advice for new board members is maybe to ask, what do you think of my positions? How do you think they might affect you? What might be the implications? Is this possible? Those sorts of things. And I think having that dialogue quickly would build trust, and it would sort of normalize how we're going to do business, even when some of the topics are, what was the points of interest? Points of friction, excuse me. Thank you. They are points of interest too.
So you're talking about making that gear shift between campaign mode and board member.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people watching, a lot of people kind of trying to give that person what they want. And
yeah. Lisa, what would you offer to a new board member of a pearl of wisdom?
Well, with us going virtual, employees watch and hear what you say and how you say it, and they take it to heart. So you have over 2,000, well, you have your constituents that you're there for as well, but the employees listen to everything that you say.
Jeff?
I think we talked as the board members went around and highlighted some of their approach in terms of getting their arms around the universe of what a utility is. So whatever we can do to assist with that, but give yourself grace. As being a utility professional, it takes years to get there. So ask questions, be comfortable with not knowing things, and again, try to figure out what the universe of what you're taking on is. And then from there, specifically what your role is, being very crisp and clear in the fact that you're the regulator, the rate setter. You said it well, Javier, and also a board member. So you wear a number of different hats. It's different than other board positions may be. And then again, just leaning on staff and management to learn as much as possible, ask questions.
Scott, what would you offer?
I would offer to seek the what and why of understanding our core values. What does it mean to have passion for us and why? What does it mean to honor our community and why? And what does it mean for us to care for each other and why? I think if you understand the culture, it'll help you immensely in connecting with it.
Javier, what would you offer?
Actively seek the voice you are not hearing from. That's your constituents. Who, and I say this as a CEO too, it's those employees who I typically don't hear from. Actively seek. That's
Boy, what would you offer?
I think what I heard earlier is to check out the new Craig Moody onboarding video because that's the way you learn. So I'm looking forward to seeing that myself. I think, you know, when you come into a new role, sometimes it's you need to ask more questions than you do after you've been there for a while, but it's hard to do that. You've got lots of people staring at you, the camera's on, things of that nature. So I think it's okay to slow down the conversation and ask questions to get the certainty you need to make a good informed decision.
Gina?
I'm going to piggyback on what Lisa said. Sometimes when something is said and it's being streamed, it can cause a lot of extra work on the side of the company when it was unintentional. It's unintentional in that. And to add to, when you are present and you're invited and come out into the field, employees notice that and they appreciate it. Do not ever underestimate the value of the fact that when you come out, how much they appreciate seeing you and getting to know you too.
Mikkel?
I broke this down into 3 areas and I will elaborate on one. Stakeholder management. Lots of people said that there are a lot of people for you to start to get to know. Business acumen, have a learning plan. A lot of people said that, tools and things to get into. In addition to everything that was said, the IRP is also a good source. And then there's others, and to Scott's point, or to expound on that, why public power? And hopefully, since they ran for the position, they've already delved into that a little bit, I'm hoping. But if not, this would be an opportunity to dig a little deeper. What is so unique about public power? And then they can come to me for the orange Kool-Aid. How to drink the orange Kool-Aid.
Well, let's see. Cliff, you want to go next?
I think it's just to build on what other people have said, asking a lot of questions, and I think take the vulnerable step of assuming good intent and meet with people and listen to them and ask a lot of questions. It's really about it.
Yeah. Steve? Is your mic on?
I'm pretty sure I can be heard across any room, but yeah. Two related items for new board members. One, listen and listen some more in those early times on the board. I think you'll learn a great deal. And sort of related, requires some self-awareness, but be very direct with members of ELT as to how you learn, how you like to communicate, your particular style for receiving and giving information. I find that hard to do for all of us, but I think it's very helpful at the beginning of any relationship to take that step.
Thanks, Steve. Troy, would you offer anything else? Okay, thank you.
So a lot of people have said, don't be afraid to ask questions, but the wealth of knowledge that you have at your fingertips is enormous. And so there's a onboarding and training set of, curriculum that is set out there for everybody to learn sort of the same thing, but you may learn differently. You may want more information. It may just scratch the surface of an itch that you have for understanding different things. And don't be afraid to ask for more information, ask for more help, understanding things that you are interested in or that you feel maybe didn't give you all the information that you needed in those training modules. So
great. Kate.
So I'm going to go back to what Craig had said. I had written it down, you said it better, but it was the build the relationships first and the functional will come afterwards. So I put that out there with board members and ELT. And the other item I'd offer is, I think we have a fantastic annual report, and I read that every year, and I learn something new when I look at our annual report. And I would suggest going back a couple years and read that and really ingest it, because I think it's it's one of the best I've seen, actually. So that's what I would offer up.
Great, thank you. I'm just going around and asking if there are any more tips from any ELT members. Lisa, I see I see your hand up, Lisa, so go ahead.
I hear this all the time, and I always say to Scott, thank you for bringing these two and having the structure that we have, because we had some really, and we do have really tough situations and decisions that need to be made, right? And so you've got the lanes, right? And it took a while to get the muscle, but I'm going to get to it. Concentrate on the what, not the how, because then it keeps the board at the strategic level that they need to be at. And then it marries it with what ELT needs to do, as well as being part of that vision.
Other tips from ELT members? Javier?
Two things, and it has already been mentioned in different ways, but it's, remember, management, the executive, we work for you, not against you. And so I think that transitioning from campaign mode, when you focus on all the things that you're going to fix, that's fantastic. Once you're in, we'll work for you. But the other one, allow yourself the chance to be proud of OPPD. Go to those conferences not only to learn, but to benchmark, to see what other utilities are doing. Of course, bring back criticism, good lessons learned, but also allow yourself to be proud of it, because the work we do is hard. And if you don't allow yourself to the opportunity to feel proud and excited about the work we do, this could be a very long 6-year journey.
Thank you, Javier. Other tips from ELT members?
Eric, maybe real quick. I would just say that we talked a lot about the information asymmetry and things that, board members maybe don't have at the tip of their tongue, but that they're eager to learn. I would say as a member of ELT, many times the board members is more, I'll use the I statement, is more accomplished than I am. They lead families, they've started businesses, they're active in their church or in other organizations, whether it be the legislature. And so you come accomplished, and we'll close the whatever technical gap is outstanding on the energy industry. But that's how I view board members when they come in. But I don't know that they know that I feel that way. And so just wanted to give the perspective.
Thank you. So let me suggest that as an action item, and I'm pointing to you, Amanda, that maybe the governance committee take these things, work with Scott, maybe you, to look at this list, figure out if there's a list here of things that you want to promulgate to permanently as things and tips for board members who are coming on board. Weave it perhaps, Scott, into the new onboarding process. You want to speak just a minute or so to that action step? Or does that all make sense?
No, I think this makes sense. I don't have any other comments.
Okay,
about it.
great.
It's straightforward,
All right,
yeah.
well, thank you, Michelle, and thank you, everybody. That was great. I'm just going to keep moving along. The next thing we're going to cover is the board work plan and training plan. And this is, there's 3 parts to this conversation. First part is to hear from Scott with regard to the policy survey. This is where we get a chance to identify for the work plan any policies that we want to work on in the coming year. The next part is going to be board education and training, and we're going to have 2 parts to that. One is going to be, what is the strategic education the board looks forward to having in the next year? Strategic education, and then what is the other kinds of training that the board would like to have in the coming year? So we're really looking now at the work plan and kind of for the year ahead, what are we planning for ourselves? Scott?
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for taking the time to fill out the policy survey. I turned to Amanda earlier and I said that took about 15 minutes, right? Because now the ELT is going to be filling this out too. And she goes, no, it takes a little bit longer than that. But I do appreciate all of the thoughtful feedback and the opportunity to review all of it. If you go to the next slide, I just wanted to summarize this without diving into too much. The survey really provided, I think, a good indication that there's general board alignment with the following, that the governing practice policies sufficiently reflect the desired principles and processes for board governance. If the BL policy sufficiently reflected the desired delegations, and the SD policy sufficiently reflected the desired strategic direction for OPPD. This year we added the question to assess your feeling as to whether or not you're sufficiently in compliance with the governing practice and the board staff linkage policies, and the board came back resoundingly yes, which I thought was all good. Having an opportunity to review all of the feedback and all of the scores, I'll take a minute here now to indicate that there are really three categories of actions that I think emerged from the survey. One, you are going to be dealing and have dealt with some of the topics today. There's a workshop topic category. It influenced the agenda, so thank you. The second grouping is potential policy changes. And what I would propose, instead of spending a lot of time today, because it's easy to go on one, latch onto it and dive down, and you could spend an afternoon doing that. But really to seek alignment around, did I catch it right? And then we'll go back into the committees where it makes sense to go back to the committees to see about the policy change, about the potential policy changes. Now for potential policy changes, I would say there's two groups. One is, I would call it housekeeping. These are just amending, updating. There's some changes, need for clarification, that type of thing. And what we've done in the past is we just gather all of those. The intention would be staff would be redlining something and bringing it forward to the accountable committee for review, and then hopefully just as a big batch, we can push them through. And then I would say there's some that are more significant, and there were about three in that category, and I'll get into those in a second. And then I would say a third category of things that came from the survey were potential topics for future committee and board consideration, including refinements to a future monitoring report or candidly more philosophical conversation. So I've done my best to capture all of those. So based on the survey feedback, then the board will be asked to discuss the following during this workshop. Which policies should the board focus on in the coming year? Drum roll, that will be coming up right here next. What education on strategic topics does the board want? That's coming up. If we were to reimagine the audit subcommittee, what would it look like? What value could it bring to OPPD? And finally, how might policy monitoring for GP and BL policies be further enhanced to ensure board awareness and alignment throughout the year? So let's jump to the next slide. And I'll get into these in a little bit, but there were 7 policies that just were kind of ripe for some tweaking. You'll see them there on the left side. And there were 3 that seemed that they might warrant a little bit more significant consideration. It wasn't as cut and dry as redlining through something and making some changes. And those are BL4, Board Corporate Secretary Relationship, SD7, which is in process, and that was acknowledged as well. So we're not talking about redoing something to redoing it. It was just confirmed in the survey that the doing of it currently is valid. And then SD7, or 11 rather, Economic Development. If we can go, I think, sorry, go back up one. We'll stay here. So I think for purposes of example on GP5, in terms of really amending it, there was the conversation around, this is asking about a majority of those present and at least 5 voting in approval, and maybe you can't have 5 yes votes and have a majority. I wasn't quite sure what that meant, but I wanted to entertain the conversation, and that would be entertained during the course of a committee, kind of a pre-committee discussion. GP8, there's a potential of adding a 5th committee, audit. if the board wants to go down that path or not. But the title of the Public Information Committee needs to be updated. So those are the types of things that popped up here. And if we go to GP 14, their board expense reimbursement, really there was a conversation and comments about this needs to be updated to reflect current expenses and the types of trips beyond just, hey, here's your limit. But if the board is taking other trips for educational purposes or being invited, is there an opportunity to update this to really reflect how that is intended to work? In the past, it was just very specific to your continuing education. There's more to it than that now. And so how do we review that? Next is BL8, the delegation to the President and Chief Executive Officer for Procurement. And there was a litigation change, something I think in terms of a limit, it went from 500,000 to legislative, sorry, yes. Yes, and I can't remember the new limit, but so this is changing that. The next one is BL10, delegation to the President and CEO, real and personal property. This has been an interesting conversation back and forth. It is interesting to see that the board really has to approve the sale, but not necessarily the acquisition of property. So it warranted a conversation, and a few people had made comment around that. So why, I think the initial conversation is, why is that? What happens if this were to change, and understanding implications of what that looks like? But the conversation would be warranted. And then SD4, reliability, there were some comments made about good improvements have been made in the past 12 years on this, but as we shifted into beginning a period of growth, should we add language about expand to as well as to go along with operating and maintaining transmission? Currently, it just says operate and maintain. So is there a notion that the recognition that there's that expansion should also be part of the thing that drives reliability? A red line change, and not it's an amendment. So then SD6, we talk about psychological safety all of the time, but there's no mention of psychological safety within the SD6 policy. So the question arose, should there be? And what might that look like if we were to add that? So I think there's an opportunity for some real quick red line changes to be brought forward. If nothing else, a little bit of discussion. Any question on the amends or the updates? Again, for these, I don't anticipate them to be a bit labor intensive or to require any significant amount of time or commitment. It's just a cleaning up of policy to reflect kind of where we are and the current state of things. So if we go over to significant policy change, BL4, Board Corporate Secretary relationship. It is true that we have an Office of Corporate Secretary. We don't have anyone identified as corporate secretary. Much of this language speaks to the accountabilities of Aaron Lane as board assistant, but this policy has never been updated to reflect that that's the case. And if it were just that case, do we lose anything when we step away from the notion of corporate secretary and what the duties of those office would typically be? So I think there's some level of conversation that needs to be had there to make the determination as to what's the right policy for the organization. Second one was SD7. I don't think I need to belabor that. The comments were actually speaking very well of the efforts that are underway and why it's important and to just keep doing that work. SD11, a conversation came around. How do you understand like what is, healthy in terms of economic development, the volume and managing through it, and the role of the organization in terms of supporting that, or and that to me felt much more like a philosophical conversation that may require going a little deep. There may or not be any change in policy, but it seemed to warrant a discussion at the board level.
Scott, may I add there? I do have the policy in front of me because we changed it in 2015, 2022, and then we did it again in May of 2023. So after that monitoring report, we had said for the board, does this meet your needs? And then I deferred to the chair of CPE on that.
That's great. Any comments or questions around the identification of significant policy? All right. The next slide. Potential topics for future committee consideration included refinements to the delegation and to President and CEO of settlement of claims and litigation. There was a conversation around what level of awareness might the board have or should it have in terms of kind of oversight, insight, or is there any role beyond what's spelled out here? I believe that for future monitoring during closed session, given the sensitive nature of these types of things, during the risk, there's an opportunity to provide a bit more information to the board on a regular basis. I believe today, currently, Fraser Stryker offers a debriefing to the board or has in the past on any of the litigation issues. So we do this as an executive team just for your awareness on a quarterly basis internally. So I think there's an opportunity to take a look at that and bring it forward and see if that kind of scratches the itch for that awareness and a level of comfort and assurance of what's happening there. On BL 13, or SD 13, thank you. There was a conversation around, is there an opportunity to, do we need to change this to add additional metrics that speak to the sufficiency? Like, do we really have an understanding? Did we reach all the stakeholders that we needed to? And how do we compare to our peers? Do we have a clear process for understanding what our engagement data is telling us? In reading the questions and speaking with Lisa and her team, I feel that we probably have answers to those questions. I don't know that it warrants a policy refinement, but much like others, I think there may be an opportunity to see what other information could be included in the next round of monitoring reports, just to provide that information. Because now that we hear the questions, I think we have an opportunity to respond to them and see if that would meet the overall need. And then SD 14 retirement plan funding. There's always such an interest in retirement plan funding discussions, including improving, understanding where we are in terms of funding for that plan, retirement, current retirees, how we're looking at that plan broadly. And I think there's a philosophical conversation that would be beneficial for the finance committee to have on this. It's less about making any changes to the SD and more there was a question philosophically that emerged. So that was what I took from the survey and all of the comments associated with it. So in response to the broad question of what policies would it appear that the board from the survey wanted really redone or take a look at more substantively, again, would be BL4, at the continued work on SD7 and a look at SD11.
Okay, thank you, Scott, for that update. Last chance for any questions on the update that Scott just gave us, because we'll move right then into the discussion about board education and board training. Michelle, I might want to ask you to come back up if you could. So much like the previous exercise, let's start with, first of all, the category of education. So this is the topic, and maybe we can take the slides down, please. This would be the topic of strategic education around issues that you feel are coming to you soon and for which in the next year you want education. Back to the kind of the context setting, points of friction discussion earlier in the day. So if I could ask you again, just to briefly take a piece of paper out and jot down your thoughts about this is particularly for board members, what strategic education you would like in the coming year. And if the answer is, I'm good, that's okay. Good is good enough. So take a moment, just reflect on what strategic education you would look for, and I'll come back around in a minute. So it's going to be board education, and it's going to be board training. So let's call it strategic education. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start. You can keep on writing, but I'm going to go ahead and start fielding ideas from folks. So Eric Williams, what would be an idea of strategic education you would like to have?
We anticipate technological change that will enable something new, AMI, and then what types of rate structures will be enabled, applicable, and beneficial after that technology becomes available relative to where we are today.
Great, great, perfect. Nice succinct summary of an important topic. Let's go to the next person. Amanda, what would you say is a strategic education topic you would like to see? So this would be rate structures tied into AMI technology that would be AMI enabled.
I like that. I didn't think of any of my own.
Okay.
So I feel like I'm good, but then that is a good one. So
Janice, you won't be here, but are there topics you think that the board needs to be educated on in the coming year?
No, I think this is a well-educated board, but I think for me, going off the board, it would be helpful to have some type of a debriefing / transition program for members going off the board, back out into the greater community, and what the expectation of the utility is on how we present ourselves and what the expectation is for those of us as board emeriti, I guess I'll put it, and alumni, yes. So
I love that. It's a great topic. Thank you for raising that. Craig.
Two thoughts. Generally, I trust the team to help me understand what I need to know. So if big issues are arising, I mean, I agree with Eric that there's a little bit of homework we should be doing to monitor what's going on in the industry and just staying abreast. But, you know, what's happening at SPP in terms of policies that we need to be aware of, I trust the team to tell us and direct my learning. With that said, I'm mindful of the lowest score that we had around, you know, our board provides regular training and board governance to officers and committee chairs. So I don't want to lose sight of that. I don't know what we need. Like, that's one of my questions when I read that is,
Should be board training.
yes, we're not doing that, but also I don't know what I don't know. So in many ways, I look to people like you, Eric, to help us understand as board members, like, where do we need to get sharper from a governance standpoint?
So there's a category of board training on this board, and then that's the board of strategic education. This would be governance training.
thank you.
So not knowing what exactly the topics are related to governance, but wanting to make sure you're covering all the bases with regard to thinking strategically about governance. Yeah. Okay. Sarah.
Very
Strategic
similar
education.
To Amanda, I couldn't think of anything. And then the moment Eric started talking, I was like, all of those are good. Those sound great. So my apologies. I couldn't think of anything
Okay,
immediate.
great. Matt?
The only thing I could come up with was, well, I appreciated Eric's as well, but maybe in that same vein, with all the new generation that's coming forward, I trust and appreciate anything that's brought forward by staff, but some further education on, like, we often receive input from the public on, why aren't you guys doing this, or why aren't you guys doing that? So I'm not asking to like get in the weeds, but something that can help me better respond to that. Like, this new generation was picked and we decided on that, or whatever the case might be, but why? And if that makes sense.
So is the training in how to respond to public questions, or is it education on generation types?
I'd say some further education on why a generation type might be preferential.
So I would put generation on this one over here, just sort of generation types, generation strategy. Mike, strategic education or training? Mike.
I'm sorry, yeah, the AMI technology, everything we can learn on that is great. I'm really looking forward to it. I realize this is gonna be a big step for the organization, and the more we can learn, the better.
Thank you, Mike. Mary?
Well, I'm grateful I'm near the end here. That's helpful. All of those are good. I wonder if it would be helpful for us to have some, understand strategic considerations regarding OPPD's relationship with our state government and even with our federal government, as well as with other utilities in the state, particularly the largest public electric utility, because I think the better we can understand those, the easier conversations will be around what we have to do and need to do.
Good, good. Eric, any more?
We've had a lot of discussion in the last 12 or 18 months about things that are on the customer side of the grid. So we talked about, I think in February, I was going to point at Brad, but he's not there, integrated distribution planning. Just last month, we talked about customer products and services, including VPPs, customer on generation efficiency, EVs, building electrification. There's tons of things happening on the other end of the wires. And I don't know, I didn't elevate it as a priority for policy update, but I do think we need to spend some more time thinking about how are we going to facilitate and support and encourage those things to happen, because they have lots of benefits. So just everything on the customer ends, particularly in the area of lots of small things. What are we going to do about that? And I think that relates to the AMI because we need to be able to manage it. But what is a strategy for how we make that beneficial? As we've talked about, I think even last month, beneficial discreetly to the individual customer, but also beneficial in aggregate to the utility. And what is the strategy to help achieve both of those outcomes, rather than just what I know I have a tendency to do is get kind of ad hoc, just shout about, hey, that thing is great, that thing is great. But what is the strategy to help them all succeed together? And I don't even know which policy that would be, but something about all of the distributed energy resources and customer side resources.
Yeah, perfect. Anybody else? Education topics?
Well, before I thought we were just doing strategic education.
Let's stick here because I want to ask Javier about this too, and then we'll come over here. To
Okay,
this
great.
board. Okay, we're coming there. Javier, if you could think ahead and think about what education you think the board needs in the coming year, where would you want to focus?
I think a lot of these topics, I don't disagree. They're strategic for sure. Less tactical, although the strategic nature of these seems short and mid-term in nature. It's work that we have going on in the next couple of years. It's important to understand what this technology is going to enable, the different generations types, et cetera. In my role as CEO, and this is something that I would share with the board, something that's incredibly important from a strategic board education is I am tasked with envisioning the organization for the next 10, 20, 30 years and how the organization interplays with other aspects of the economy and how we're moving the region and the state forward. And I think that that's a piece that would be really helpful. It's to understand the state of the electric utility industry nationally. I think it's just to gain context. It's easy to come back down home and talk about the things that we're doing here in front of us, but going outside, looking at the state of the utility in context, see what's happening in the far west, in the Arizona, in the desert with chips manufacturing and how that is fueling data centers here and there, and having a better context of that. And if you want to take this one step further, it's globally, right? What are other utilities in Europe doing and how that's affecting us and how I think that to me is incredibly important. It has helped me significantly perform my duties as CEO better because I can bring that perspective. And the other piece, and I think Eric, you touched a little bit on this on working with other entities. I would say it's or Mary mentioned this with the state. Right? What are we trying to do as a state, as a state of Nebraska, as a city of Omaha, and the different chambers, and how we, and I'm biased here, but we are the economic engine of the state, right? And so how do we play that role in an effective way?
So I think that's captured here in the relationships with the state, the federal agencies, and with NPPD and other utilities.
And MUD and the Air Force Base. And
Yeah, you could put another MUD, Air Force Base. And as you talked about kind of looking and appreciating the national sort of picture for you, public for utilities, and a global international picture for utilities, where I think I heard you going was then to sort of take that and then think about OPPD's place in the state of Nebraska, kind of in the context of all that. What is our place, our role? So you might want to just add that.
And what is ultimately what is our superpower? What's our advantage?
Mm-hmm.
How do we leverage what we have, and really not just propel OPPD, but the state and the region? How we're playing.
Yeah, how are we propelling the state of the region? Yeah. Yeah. Good. In the state and in the region, perhaps there. Other thoughts on strategic education? Any other thoughts from ELT members on strategic education for the board? Mikkel, anything on the human capital side? Anybody? Microphone?
Yeah, I'm connecting a lot of stuff to the economic development ploy that we were making there, because we are tying a lot of that to workforce. We're looking at workforce again, not only internally, but within not only even our service territory, but within the state. So
Right.
if we start looking at and considering that, especially as it's connected to economic development, that might be worthwhile.
Mm-hmm. So maybe a topic around human capital trends, workforce trends, both statewide and in the region.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Troy?
Maybe a little less strategic here, but in my mind, and I think Javier's started to plant the seed a little bit, is over the next decade, we're basically resetting the utility. All of our major programs, technology, aging infrastructure, we're building a bunch of new stuff too. And, I think there's real value in the board understanding how all that comes together. What does that mean to rates? What does that mean to resources? What does that mean to capacity that for us to do and take on more? I think there's some value in having additional clarity in that space. That's a little more tactical than it is strategic, but I think that's important from a governance standpoint.
So these are operational changes, technologically driven operational changes. And Gina, I didn't want to skip over you. Is there other things on the, Gina, I didn't want to skip over you. Is there anything for you that's a strategic education topic for the board? Javier?
Something that came to mind, and thank you, Trey, for bringing that up. It's incredibly important. It has been very helpful to me. As we look at strategic training, where has OPPD been in the past 50 years? I think, and it sounds silly, but I think part of the training, it's really having a good understanding of our history, the decades, what we've done, and how, again, once again, to gain context, when we built the organization, what happened to rates, what happened to major decisions. I have brought this up with the board recently with major decisions we did last year. That was incredibly helpful to me, just to look back and take a look at that. I think that helps significantly with strategic thinking into the future. It's understand the role we're playing in this 80-year time frame.
Cool. Scott, anything from your perspective?
I would add, there's so many great topics that are very specific to trends and that type of thing. I would add an understanding of, I think, bias and strategic foresight. It could be, but I think it's like, how do you think about strategy?
Yeah, that's a training.
How do you break free from how you're thinking about things today to really absorb and be open to all of the possibilities of tomorrow? So I could put it into either. But I don't think you can get a good grasp of strategic
thinking,
absorbing the strategic training without that component of it.
Just putting it over here because it seems like it's more mindset than it is about a specific external thing that's happening. Jeff, anything from your perspective on sort of board education, strategic education?
I think in terms of going back to the 10 to 15-year outlook, if I think about the interplay in terms of what's happening to us as a utility, as we're adding resources, if you're in a period of time where nothing's going on, you have resource adequacy, you've got existing plenty of excess generation, your requirements to make critical decisions is pushed back. You can sit back and watch what's going on. We don't have that luxury anymore. So as we think about the intersect of local, state, and federal policy, that will impact specifically the decisions we're making as it relates to resource adequacy. And as we all know, those decisions don't happen quickly. If we're adding additional generation, making pivotal decisions in infrastructure, those things take 5-7 years to implement. And so we don't have that luxury anymore to just sit back on the sidelines. We need to be informed about obviously local, state, and federal policy, but also be engaged and proactively pursuing the best outcomes for our customers.
Mm-hmm. I think that's covered here already. Lisa, anything on your side?
I'm just going to go back to when we were building the Powering the Future 2050 and how we were looking at all the trends and we were like, oh, those are 5, 10, 15, 20 years out. And now they're happening a lot sooner. So how do we're talking about how do we capture that and keep that at the front for ELT and the organization, but the board as well, so that you get to see exactly where we've been, where we're at, and where we're going so that you have input.
So were you referencing the 2050 visioning plan that OPPD put together, Lisa? Yeah, so are you suggesting that maybe there's some education to be done to kind of compare what was in that plan to today's trend lines and trying to...
It's amazing how things have even changed within the short time frame that we put that together.
If I could provide some additional context on that, there's a team, a little pilot team in the background with Kate, Tim, Jeff, and I, with work that Bob's doing on trend scanning, which we're expecting to be able to really bring forward to ELT here in the next months. And then I think it would be board ready. And I think if we put trend scanning under the strategic training, just as a category, there's 12 trends that we're taking a look at, and there's ways I think that we could engage the board in those conversations that might be meaningful in this space.
Cool. Kate, let me go to you and see if there's any board strategic education you think would be important.
Now that Scott brought up the trending, I was really thinking in the space of security, just globally what's happening. It's also, though, tied into the comment that Scott just made about trends, because it's a major trend that's in there, but that's one that I think we could do something more strategic around that topic.
Specifically around cybersecurity or
physical cyber, just the world of security itself, physical or
world of
cyber.
security. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm talking very strategic. We talk, I will say, more tactically about security And I think we need a more strategic lens into the future of what's happening because of the nature of the world around us.
Okay. Cliff, how about you?
I think as the weather continues to get more and will likely get worse over the next 30 years, I think it'd be worth looking strategically at how we can best intersect and support impacted, disadvantaged communities in the rural and urban space. Come up with plans to bring all the good work we're already doing in that area together under a more cohesive direction and see what other things we can do to leverage to support those folks.
So this would be in the category of kind of climate resiliency or climate adaptation?
Very much climate resiliency, you might say environmental justice, something like that.
Environmental justice, yeah, okay, thank you. Tim, how about you?
I think in addition to the good ideas that have been levied, I would suggest we could provide or look at additional insights of customers. I think one of the beauties of public power is we have lots of public and customer input. One of the challenges is it comes in tiny little spurts in different settings across the entire scope of the interaction. And I think one of the particular challenges we have is pulling that all together, not only to understand customer preferences, but I intentionally use that word, separate from what customer actions will take place. As consumers, we're a little notorious for saying one thing and not necessarily having our actions back that up. So I think deeper insight to help inform some of the crucial decisions we'll have to make as a utility could be a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anything else in terms of board education on the strategic side? Because I'd like to go to the training side next. And this is now kind of in the category, we've got governance training here, training in kind of public responses to specific questions that come up, anti-bias training and strategic thinking. Other thoughts from board members with regard to specific training you're looking for outside of the strategic education we just talked about? Sarah, anything that comes to mind for you? Okay. Matt, anything that comes to mind for you? Mike? Mary?
Well, I'd be interested in knowing if the ELT view the way I run meetings as being helpful, or if there are things that I could do to make them run more smoothly.
So meeting management?
Yeah, meeting management, I guess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Mary, forgive me, was it you who also mentioned to me that you are interested in the anti-bias training as well? Yeah. I think when you talked about it, you talked about the importance of just making sure everybody's aware of the different kinds of biases that can creep into our thinking and really having a workshop based just entirely around anti-bias training. So I would just, yeah, we've got that up here already. Amanda, anything for you in terms of board training, I should say?
Yeah, I think that it's been mentioned that we wear a couple different hats as board members, and I know that, but I don't know necessarily specifically as the regulator, like when I need to put that hat on and what that means. And
a regulator,
I think
rate
just a
maker.
reminder of what are the roles and responsibilities of the rate maker? What are the roles of the responsibilities of the regulator? And what's the tension?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so just maybe some re-education on that.
That's good. Thank you for surfacing that one. And then if I could, Amanda, when I spoke with you, you mentioned the desire for diligent to be more, what should I use?
I'm learning how to navigate it better.
You are, okay. But I think there was a general interest as I talked to other people that we make sure that diligent has like the historic materials that the board members need, and then also that board members
Apparently
continue.
it does.
Apparently it does,
I
okay.
wasn't able to find
All right.
it. So,
Well,
I mean, maybe just an orientation around diligent.
maybe
and
just a
where to find
diligent
things.
reorientation or ongoing diligent training might be helpful to board members. Other ideas about board training, Janice, Craig, anybody else? Okay. All right. Well, so our plan calls for us to take another break now. So let's take a 10-minute break. We can come back at 5 minutes after 2. And we will resume the discussion talking about other governance topics. I want just to close the loop on the things we just covered in the last segment. So we were talking about the work plan, and I want to make sure we know what we're doing next. So we had the strategic education list of topics. They are all on the board back over here. What is the next step with regard to this, as well as the board training topics, as well as the policy revisions? Am I correct in perhaps assuming that it goes to governance to sort out the work plan for the coming year and bring it back to the board?
It does. Yeah. So we think that that's part of the report out materials. We were talking about that right at the beginning of break.
So this goes to the governance committee, comes back to the board with a updated work plan for 2025. Is that
Do you want to add anything to that?
all right? Any questions about the next steps with regard to this last segment? Okay. If I could just ask you to stick that up there, Bill. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next agenda topic, which is an array of governance-related topics. The first one is how can policy development best be done between the board and the CEO and ELT? The next one is the audit committee, what to do about that. The third one we've already dispensed with, which was the 2-year cycle for appointing board chairs and committee chairs. And the fourth one is to talk about GP and BL policy monitoring. And then we move into other business. So how can policy development best be done between the board and the ELT and the CEO? So one of the things that Bill and I wanted to just share with you as a reflection is that in our experience, there's kind of 3 mechanisms that boards use to develop their strategic direction policies. One is that, as well as their BL and GP policies, but let's talk about the strategic direction policies. One is, of course, that the board expresses a desire to revise SD4, reliability, and delegates to the ELT the responsibility to come up with an initial draft of that. The second is that the board retains, through an ad hoc or some other mechanism, sort of the initial kind of discussion and drafting of the policy, and in collaboration with ELT members is drafting the revisions. And the third is some facilitated process where an outside facilitator comes in and helps you kind of really with the process of drafting the revisions to the policy. And I want, before we kind of dive into the details there, I just want to express that in my experience in how these kinds, how SDs, especially SDs where there's a substantive revision occurring, the best thing to start with is like what we were talking about earlier. Like what's the why behind this revision? Why do we feel there's a need to revise this? And what are the results we're trying to achieve through that revision? What is the purpose of this revision? If it's a change to the, I remember going through a revision with SMUD on their rates policy long after TOU had been implemented, but some of the other kind of rate implications for distributed generation needed to be considered in the policy. And we really we talked a lot about kind of what were the other aspects and other results of continued refinements of that rates policy that the board wanted the organization to achieve. They wanted to end all cross subsidization across rate classes. They want to do some other things, all with the end in mind of making sure that there was a clear pass-through of real expense to real rate in the operations of the utility. And so we had that result clearly in our minds as we went through the rate revision. But it was because we had the result clearly in our minds that the rate revision process went smoothly. Do you want to speak to that, Bill?
Oh, there's one aspect of it I wanted to speak to that, and I don't know if it happens here, but I know it happened at SMUD. The genesis for a modification of an SD didn't always come from the board. Many times it came from the management team who said, we now realize it's not aligned, And so we need you to consider making changes as well. So I want to make sure that it's not just one direction. It obviously can happen either way.
Right. Thank you. But there and other utilities we work with, including here, I think these three different avenues are important to kind of appreciate. The ad hoc, where it's, you know, a sub-quorum member, number of members of the board, plus leadership team members together in a room, talking about like, what is the result we're trying to achieve through this revision. Then drafting can be done by any number of individuals around the room, maybe ELT members, but at least there's an initial discussion about what it is we're trying to achieve through it. That's certainly one very good way of doing it. You've experienced, I think, what it's like when you sort of say, we want to make a revision, here's kind of how we want to do it, turn it over to the ELT to make those draft revisions, and then you get back what you get back, and then either you like it or don't like it, but then there's kind of a whole process if you don't like it of revising it, and that can take time and energy and so forth. And then there's, again, this third process, which I'm not sure you've used very much, which is you say, you know what, this is complicated enough. We just ought to have somebody else kind of shepherding us through this to help us make sure we're all seeing it clearly and understands the roles of the board and understands the roles of the ELT in the process of coming up with this redraft of the policy. And then I think all within that context, there's the question of like, how are you really appreciating the nuances of different policy ideas and their impacts on the utility? How are you really thinking through the different scenarios that could happen whenever you are making a change in policy direction? So you know, in my experience, there have been times when an initial idea that seemed really good turned out upon further inspection to not be very good. I mean, maybe you can remember some examples of this.
So again, back in my experience on the SMUD board, we would have and we did essentially the ad hoc approach where it would be a group of board members, subset, and a group of the management team would sit down and work on an issue. And one of them we were working on was the issue of undergrounding, which has a lot of implications to it, not only from a cost standpoint, but from a community equity standpoint. You know, where do you start? What are the rules? And I remember that the president at the time appointed me and appointed another board member who were kind of on opposite views of the issue, which was great to have the two of us. It took us longer to come to a conclusion, working with the management team to figure out a solution that we both could agree with. But the result was all of that time got spent in the ad hoc and not by the entire board. And once we got back to the board, then it was a good conversation with a good base to start from. So it was from my experience, it was an efficient way to wrestle with tough issues, to get something on the table to start with. And it had ownership both by board members and by the management team, which was another secret to it.
And I dare say, as I recall, there were different funding mechanisms tossed around in that particular policy discussion, some of which looked good on the surface, but then again, long-term impacts kind of changed the thinking about that. So Javier, I don't know if you want to comment at all on kind of your vision of how SD policymaking should occur at OPPD, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, how, from your perspective, as you think about, we're not trying to single out any one particular policy right now, but thinking in more kind of philosophic terms, what are the ways in which you would love to see those policies getting addressed and revised? And what are some of the things maybe to avoid as you think about effective SD policymaking?
You know, I think there's some room for us to improve on I'm gonna go back even before we put an SD on the work plan. You know, there's a desire for an SD revision, there are ideas, etc. Oftentimes that results in, let's put it on the work plan. But once it's on the work plan, then it goes. And it's not until then that we start having conversations around, okay, so what exactly are we trying to address? Right? Well, this, that, and the other. Is this the right time for that policy to be revised? Have we considered what other implications on the rest of the strategy? Well, those conversations usually take place once this thing is in motion. And so far, in my experience, every SD that's in the work plan that we start working on, it just, we drive it to the finish line. And I think we could benefit from having a conversation before it's on the work plan. And maybe this is where that pause of, hey, let's get a group together, talk about what strategic objectives we're trying to achieve, have a little bit of conversation with people. Is this the right time? How would this work? Then we put it officially in the work plan, and then we start working it until it's done. And I don't think we have that pause, and that would be a really positive evolution in my mind that would yield good results.
So what I hear you saying is there could be kind of an upfront discussion prior to any work on the work plan, any work on the policy occurring that says, what do we really, is this the right timing as you suggest? What is the goal we have here? Why is it important for us now? And what really is driving this change? And then how do we structure the policy so that we don't trip over ourselves in the structure of the policy so we achieve the actual end we have in mind?
Yes, otherwise it's a foregone conclusion. We have it on the work plan, and I think that creates all sorts of interesting dynamics where time may be forcing us to make different decisions, and then you end up with a somewhat rushed process. The management proposes something because we have this on the plan, and now we have to finish it. I think taking a little bit of a step in the middle would benefit us all.
So I'm curious from board members' perspectives, as you hear Javier talking about this, kind of what comes to mind in terms of ways in which maybe you would think about the planning for changes in the SDs differently? Can you imagine a different way or a tweak to the way in which it gets done? Scott, you're standing up because you want to speak, or just?
Let me tell you. I'll start.
Thanks, Craig.
I appreciate that comment. And I had two thoughts come to mind. One is we've had two proposed policy revisions to SDs that were on the work plan that we eventually decided weren't going to happen. So I think even though they show up, it doesn't necessarily mean that something's going to change. Honestly, to me, it felt like they just kind of died on the vine. Nobody was really charging it forward, and we ended up backtracking like, okay, what were we actually thinking here? So like it got so far away from that initial conversation that it just kind of fizzled out. So that's one thought that came to mind. The other is I hope that like every SD has a committee that owns it. So my hope is that if I have an idea where I think an SD can be improved, I'm going to take that to the committee chair, I'm going to start socializing it with those people. I want to talk to you about the implications of it. But ultimately, I hope, or I think that it's not going to show up on a work plan unless it goes through that process and the committee says, yep, it's time to start working on this. So I agree with the sentiment that we need to get it on the work plan for me is a high bar. And so I'm hoping that the committee structure that we have allows for us to push everything through a committee, which, at minimum has 4 board members that are going to weigh in on whether or not it merits work and reconsideration. But that's my view. I know that we don't necessarily have a step 1, step 2, step 3 that says how this happens, but that's my view of how I think it happens, question mark.
But it goes on the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
It has to go through that. It has to go to the parking lot first before it gets on the work plan, right? So between the parking lot and the work plan, there is some discussion already about,
Is that how it works?
yeah.
So like these ideas we had today, all go on to the parking lot until there's enough discussion to say they merit going down here.
At the committee level, at the subcommittee level.
The discussion is happening at the subcommittee level.
Well, I can pull up the process, so that would be helpful.
Oh,
Yes. I mean, basically, there's switch gates, absolutely, that starts in the parking lot, and then it's accepted, and then it's worked. And then to the point, there's also an off-ramp, as there have been. Some of these things, as they're getting worked, they recognize, well, geez, we don't really want to do anything with them as we had initially envisioned, so we can stop the work.
So there's a stage gate process that says either we're going to work on it
Yeah.
or drop it.
What are the expectations? What are the level of resource requirement? There's a lot of information that goes into what's intended.
And
So
in this work
it's
on
hard to
it,
get something, I mean, you have to work with intention to get it on the work plan.
and in this stage gate process, is there, what results do we want to achieve through this revision conversation happening to get it?
No,
into here?
that actually is one of the things that I think could be a real enhancement, which is when the determination is made that it is on the work plan and that it's going to be worked, what are those initial steps that need to take place in terms of this types of results and who's doing it? And
So what's happening up in here? Is that right? In this space between the parking lot and the,
no, I think if it gets on the work plan and it's accepted as an action, I think there should be.
okay,
it
so
would
that's
help
where,
if there was a more of a process gate that it goes through in the initial defining, what are the desired outcomes? Is the committee going to work it? Are they going to give it to ELT? Is it going to be out, are we going to bring in external facilitation? Because this is a really tough one and we'd be better having this external support. There's a lot, I think, that could be done up front. You think slow so that you can move fast. And I think right now we're doing a little bit more fast moving on here, and then it slows us up like at mile 5.
so am I capturing the key points to your conversation, Scott? Like, again, we would have these 3 conversations here. What are the results we're actually, why are we doing this? What are the results we're trying to actually achieve? What are the resource implications of doing it? That would have to do with timing as well. And then, how will we proceed?
Yes, very much what Javier was outlining as being important conversation up front. I think that should be there because you could make the determination then, geez, now is not the time to do it for, or whatever the reason, but there would be some real thought, intentional, objective thought going into it before getting into the reworking and the revising of something.
What do
But that
people,
requires work too. So if you're doing that and identifying it as a committee, the board's aligning, it's clear what we're saying as initial step. It warrants this thoughtful reflection and consideration as a first step.
Yeah.
Not let's get into the rewriting of it and hope mid-course we can correct for it, which is to Javier's point earlier, what I am fully agreeing with that, like what happens today.
so that, yeah, no drafting is starting here, where drafting is happening down here.
Usually our next step after it's on the work plan is somebody will take it and redline it and come forward and say, is this what you want?
Yeah.
So can I ask a clarifying question here? So Scott, are you saying that when it's on the parking lot, that's when we talk about what's the goal, why is it important now, what's driving the change? Or is that just a little sticky note that says, consider this next? Then it goes on the parking, then it goes on into the work plan, and then those questions are asked?
The parking lot is a status on the work plan, basically. So it goes on and it's like, hey, does this warrant consideration? And the committee's made the determination at that point to add it to the work plan. The committee, for example, let's say it was a governance committee, Amanda would bring it forward during all committees and say, we as a committee think this is something that we should be working on. The board weighs in on it. It doesn't vote. If there's a sense of consensus, then it becomes something that's accepted. And then now the committee is going back and they're starting to work on it.
So it's the conversation in front of all committees where we need to address those questions of what's the goal of this? Why is this going to be helpful? Why it's needed now and why it warrants going onto the work plan?
I think it could be, but I think actually to have that level of detailed conversation, it would, during all committees, they say move forward. I would think that the committee
Okay.
would entertain those questions, is how I would see it.
I will share that at SMUD and other places, it does work a little differently, which is if there's a regular review of the parking lot, and then the board is engaged in a discussion about what should move to the work plan and why. And once it moves to the work plan at that point, because the board has decided it moves to the work plan, then the work proceeds. So that's it sounds like a little different nuance than the way OPPD has been handling it. I'm not saying right or wrong or different, but there are different subtleties here in terms of the timing of on the work plan and who decides it goes on the work plan.
So I want to clarify, the governance committee does not decide on all topics related to the work plan, only governance related topics. So, we have a process that we defined a couple years ago when we brought forward the concept of the work plan and started to manage our work this way. I will say that we are still building these muscles on this process. So.
Which I think is the purpose of today's conversation, is to help you kind of build the muscles for this process. And I'm still wanted to explore with you, like, again, exactly, let's take one of the issues that came up today. So one of the policies you want to, that was suggested to be revised was SD4. That was a minor change though, I think. One of the ones that had a more major change besides SD7 was SD11, economic development. So let's use SD11 as our guinea pig in this process. That's economic development. So SD11. So walk me through using that example. How does it goes on the parking lot after today? Help me understand what happens after that.
So SD11 is economic development. I believe that's customer and public engagement. Customer and public engagement would take a look at it and they would have a conversation. Do we think this warrants a refinement in policy?
And who is staffing that? Who is in there?
It would be the 4 board members that, and then
And Lisa and Tim.
Tim, yeah.
Javier, you're not in that conversation.
Not as a standing member.
And I will say, like, what happens in practice is that Lisa and Tim would be thinking, gosh, is this something that we know that Javier has expressed an opinion about, or do we need his opinion in order to be informed or whatever? So there's some level of informal conversation that would happen. It doesn't necessitate, it's not a mandatory thing, but as executives, they're concerned with it.
Technically, I'm on all the committees, but I'm not participating on every single one of those conversations. That's what the executives.
For reasons that are obviously important. I'm just thinking back to kind of like the context setting, the points of friction conversation, all of that earlier discussion. This is the moment in which we're trying to surface in the committee, like, what's the reasoning to move it to the work plan or not? That's the point at which I would think, before you move it to the work plan, you'd want to sort out some of those issues. Is that right or not?
There's conversation there. Does it warrant being moved to the work plan? So they could make the determination at that point, no, it does not. And they, or they could bring it forward and ask for the board's opinion to weigh in on it and at least gain alignment with a desire to move it forward as the next level of questions that would come from whatever action is being discussed.
So I'm just probing. Okay, this is a friendly probing.
No, it's good.
Friendly probing. So what is the nature of the conversation? This is not on the work plan yet. Sarah, it's come to your committee now. What are the questions you're asking about whether to move it to the work plan?
Yeah, do you want to?
I found our actual process document.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. So once something's on the parking lot, the board chair and the CEO convene to confirm priority, board resource, OPPD resource, and determine a start and finish date. So there is a gap there. I think what you're getting at is, do these questions need to be asked after parking lot, but before the board chair and the CEO come together? Or, because I don't know actually what you would even be talking about if these questions aren't answered. And then after that determination, if it moves forward, the assigned board lead reviews the item on a regular basis and provides updates to status. So
Has it moved to the work plan at this point?
yeah, it's moved to the work plan. So the parking lot is on the work plan. It's a status. And so then that status changes to either not started or started. And then that's when the committee starts to do work, whatever that work might look like.
And is there an assumption that everything on the parking lot eventually will move to the work plan?
There, probably not, because there's been one thing in particular that has been dangling out there for a long time.
So things can just stay hovering in limbo on the parking lot or fall off.
But that's a great conversation because while there might not be an official direction for something to be moved to the work plan, there's a perception of it's in the parking lot. We need to do something about it. At least that has been me. So I think this might be a great opportunity to clarify, right? It's in the parking lot for a reason, and yes, it's okay for it to stay in the parking lot for years potentially. But I don't know if it's the same perception from the A+ student management team that you have, and like we need to get it out and then move and check, as opposed to no, it's in the parking lot and it can stay there for a while.
So I have a clarifying question for Scott. On SD11, in our survey, only 2 board members said they disagreed. The rest of the board members said they agreed. How do you determine that it goes on your list? I mean, where's the cutoff? Is it 3? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it, 1? Can one? Technically 1. Okay.
No, that's right, technically. And so what happens with that is the conversation is, are we going to have no conversation or are we going to have a conversation? And because there were some people of the board that said that, yeah, we don't agree, this isn't right, the initial step is to have a conversation. Now, we could spend the afternoon, honestly, having a conversation around SD11 here, but I'm not sure that that's the
That's
most
not the point.
efficient use
The point
of
is to
time.
use it as a guinea pig for understanding when does that conversation
I
take
get
place.
it, and I appreciate the redirect, but do let me talk, Eric. So that's what would happen, Janice, and then the committee could have a conversation at that next level of detail, right? To make the determination as to whether or not it wanted it to be on the work plan. But what the determination would be made really, I think, today or through this conversation is that it would go back to committee for consideration.
But to the point, Scott, would it come off of it doesn't have to go on the work plan, and it could fall off the parking lot after a conversation happens here by committee. There's also in this process the conference between the CEO and the board chair. So I'm just trying to, again, understand how those strands all to come together into a decision that the board understands with regard to whether something's moving into the workflow process that begins with it being placed on the work plan.
I appreciate the conversation. I guess I want to pause for a second. I was unaware if there was a lot of confusion about how things flow through on the work plan. So I'm getting myself a little bit junked up in the process
I
conversation
think
we're having
this
right
will start with my comment about, hey, do we have enough time? Is there enough clarity for us to pause? When does an SD revision move forward? How does it, even when it's in the work plan, we take it off the work plan? I think there has been enough conversation here that I think it surfaces the need to have that conversation, right? And I think the opportunity to move things forward, monitor it, manage it, work the plan, and then have off ramps to say, actually, no, after discussing these for a long amount of time, we realized that A, the original intent was not needed, or it's not the right time, or something else. I think that's important. The other piece that I want to point out here is not, this might sound controversial, but not all SDs and not all bullet points within each SD are as consequential as others. And so while these might be a really easy, straightforward thing to do when you're talking about SD 8, for example, you say OPPD shall engage its workforce in personal and professional development. I think that's an easy one, right? You move and it's one that would be a relatively short amount of time. But you have others where those bullet points mean assigning resources, decades long, where you probably need to think about it earlier, have a lot more discussion. The actual revision process may take not months, but maybe years, right? Well, we have all the information that you all need, the board members need to make an informed decision on something that's consequential, that's decades long in the making. So, sorry, I was the one who brought it up. Didn't mean to create this whole thing, but I think it was worth a conversation.
And you may be taking a little bit of the fall for me because I'm still trying to understand. So not to dig in too much here, but once it goes on the work plan, as I understand it, it then is in the workflow. It is being worked. Correct me if I'm wrong.
At times, but the committee chair typically, for example, I'm thinking of some of the work that you had done. There was a desire in some of the committee to move it forward. It got on the work plan, but the committee would make the determination, the timing's not right now. We have these other contingencies.
Okay.
There's other decisions that are being made. How is this coming? So those conversations are documented. They're put on the work plan, so you can take a look at the work plan. The status may shift for something that was being worked to something that's on hold. And then when it becomes something that's on hold, you understand through the comments being made as to why it's on hold. And then you still have the expectations set around when you would start and when you might finish it. So yeah, a good example there would be SD2 rates policy refinement. It was accepted some time ago, as you can see, really as a result of the August 2020 workshop. It was started and there was some work done, but then the determination was to put it on hold for a bit for a variety of reasons. So those conversations that happen within the course of committee are well documented. They're put on a plan and it's actively worked. The document is actively worked. So then also every pre-committee meeting in finance, the conversation is raised. Do we need to make any changes here? Are we still good with this? Does this work plan really reflect where we are in this item? And then that's reported back. I should say what's reported back are any changes. So there have been recently some changes made to some of the governance work committee plans. Amanda provided a report. In fact, she was absent, but she knew she needed to report on this. So she wrote up a report. She provided it, I believe, to Janice, and Janice was able to provide it. So this is worked actively every single month. That's why I was trying to follow in terms of, are we having a challenge with this? Because this would be the first time I'm made aware of kind of the flow or challenge here. So I appreciate the conversation. We want to make sure this works well.
And I'll just add for your clarity, this document also is the parking lot. So that status would say parking lot if an item has not been chosen yet or prioritized for the committee. So we have one document where everything is captured, so we're not, we're not losing sight of this parking lot.
That table is truncated. There's more underneath.
Absolutely.
Now that you have the table in front of it, I would like to call out something really cool that's already happening. We talked a little bit about the board members putting either SD or BL or GP revisions up front and et cetera. And there was some talk about what would be fantastic, like SMUD does, where also the executive team proposes. And I do want to point out here that there's one in there that was proposed by the executive team. So we are moving in the right direction. And we got, I think it was well received, that CEO emergency succession plan. This was literally a conversation I was having with Scott and with McKell and said, hey, I love all the trust that the board is putting in me. But what happens if I'm not around, if I have to, something bad happens and between the time I leave and the board can meet, we have a little bit of a gap on delegation of succession. And so we proposed that to governance and to Amanda's credit, like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's put it on the work plan. So I do want to call out that this is starting to work as the executive team proposing both.
Yeah, the last update to SD4 was initiated by the team, right? Different metrics, different things to measure. So yeah, for sure.
So can I just ask one more question and then I'll stop chewing on this bone? Who takes a holistic look at the work plan? Who is actually looking at it holistically and saying, we can get all this done, all the resources are here to get these things done? Who does that? You do. The two of you do.
Well, so it's Scott and I do this in internal resources, and then I on a monthly basis we align with Amanda's as you don't approve all of them, but the governance looks at the process, and then on a monthly basis, Eric and I look at this every single month. We go through the all committees agenda, board meeting agenda, and then what's going on in the work plan.
Cool. Everybody good with this?
And each committee reviews it at each pre-committee meeting. So it's well
It's
reviewed.
working.
I would offer too, what will happen directly as a result of this workshop is, as we were talking about, Amanda and I getting together, we'll take a look at all of this and to the best of our ability, capture it in a way that becomes meaningful. We'll share what we add fully, and then we'll share what we think it is in terms of here. And then there'll be subsequent conversation in terms of acceptance or not, the prioritization, resource commitment. Is this realistic holistically? Are we managing it? That those conversations will happen subsequent to Amanda and I putting items on here that reflect what we thought. For example, I had all those housekeeping items. The item that might appear on here is make, minor amendments and modifications to the following policies. That's one item. And it could be assigned in a meaningful way. So I hope that helps bring that to life, Eric. This is really a meaningful outcome of prior workshop discussions, to your and Bill credit. So it's been working, I think, well for us.
I'm delighted to hear it. I'm glad it's working. Let's just kind of conclude this little portion of the agenda by saying those three avenues we talked about earlier on are all there for you. You may want to be thinking about, like, under what criteria or what conditions would you want to use an outside facilitator to help with the revisions to a given policy. I don't know that you need to agree today on what that criteria are or what that decision-making process is. It feels like it would be part of this whole review that you guys do holistically of this work plan.
We've done that 2 years in a row now, if I recall, where we bring back the items that came out of the workshop to do it, and it's worked well for us.
Yeah.
It's actually allowed us to get them done. I think I did share with you guys, I don't know that I shared holistically with the executive team, but just the sheer number of things that were set forward, we bounced them and audited them against what Eric and Bill walked away from, and I was able to say, I think we had like all of them
Got 'em all
done
done.
or nearly all done.
Yeah.
And I'm quite sure that if we didn't have a work plan tool in place, that probably would not have been as easily completed.
I do agree that there might be a place, though, to specifically call out when do we talk about those questions, the high-level questions, to know to inform the priority. Because here's what I see, and you alluded to it, that, like, maybe SD11 had 2 board members that had comments, but everyone else was okay, and maybe no comments. Well, those 2 board members, one, aren't identified in the survey, and they might not reside on the committee that will take up the conversation. So how does what conversation actually unfold without line of sight to which board member had the concern? So I think that there is there is a bridge to build a little bit on that eventually.
Yes.
And the danger of when you're responding to surveys, there's always a need to calibrate. It is possible that those two board members really feel super, super strong about that, but maybe there's a possibility that after looking at the whole conversation, hearing aloud, then you have the opportunity to then have a conversation, and they may say, yeah, I disagree, but it's not a strong disagree. Now that I see the whole thing, it's really not that big of a deal. I think there's an opportunity to bridge that gap.
Yeah. Well, I have seen, for example, again, SMUD is the best example that I can see, is the work plan is discussed in open session with all board members on a monthly basis, and then anything coming off the parking lot to the work plan is discussed as a full board, just to make sure everybody's synced up that this is why it's moving on to the work plan or why it's not. And if anybody has concerns or issues they want to raise, they have an opportunity right then to talk about it.
Yeah, and it allows the board member or board members who this is an issue for them to be able to weigh in front of everybody else. So there's full disclosure.
Those conversations happen, I think, mechanically, I think, and tactically. It sounds like SMUD keeps two different documents, a parking law and a work plan. And what we acknowledge is we throw it on here and it only moves forward through the various status stages of a work plan to the degree that it's actually accepted. It could go on here and not be accepted. That's a parking lot. So I just want to acknowledge for us, it's one document.
When the committee chair does their report at the all committees meeting, part of that report is the status of things on the work plan. And so that is when something does or does not make progress or the status changes, that is brought up to the whole board, and the whole board has a chance to discuss that if they wish to. So there is an opportunity for the full board outside of the committee to review the status if the committee makes any change. So it does come back to the full board.
Okay, let's move on. Audit Committee. Number 2 on this sub-agenda of the governance topics is the Audit Committee. Scott, this is yours.
Excellent. Thank you. You'd asked earlier if the committees actually review the charters, and actually they do on an annual basis, which is good. And recently in the Finance Committee, as part of the annual review, they were reviewing the Audit Committee subcommittee charter. Audit is a subcommittee to the Finance Committee. In there, Janice, I know, had asked a couple of very thoughtful questions because it seemed that the language within the charter does not necessarily reflect mechanically how that particular charter, how the practice actually works. And so that threw it back over to governance, because a lot of the templating language within the charters is really driven by governance committee. So during the course of governance committee, some other questions began to emerge regarding the focus of this subcommittee. And so 2 questions emerged. One is really, does the charter accurately reflect what's happening, and how would we make changes there? And the second is, from a scope and responsibilities, is it sufficient and adequate for what we think the audit subcommittee should be doing? So if we go to the next slide. So to tee this up, I did a little bit of review, and I want to thank every single board secretary and corporate secretary, whoever allowed me to go back and take a look. And really, Aaron, thank you for pulling all of the prior resolutions. I had an opportunity to look at them, but back in resolution number 47, I don't think you were here yet, Steve, but I know you've been here for a while, but 47 would have been well before your time. It's finance and auditing. It was brought up here. And then the finance committee changed in 72. I'm not sure what happened between 72 and 79 in terms of audit, but in audit, there was the approved appointment of an audit committee that was every single board member focusing on these very specific things, which are very traditional audit committee accountabilities. in the year 2000, and if you think about what was happening in 2000 in terms of financial deregulation and other types of things, I know Deloitte was working with OPPD and in connection with Deloitte, and I'm guessing it was pertaining to Sarbanes-Oxley from what was being discussed here broadly. But the audit became a subcommittee to finance. And when you take a look at the appendix in the year 2000, so 24 years ago, the accountabilities for the audit committee were pretty clearly spelled out. And apart from what I could tell was one change to the kind of charter in 2021, which is non-substantive. It was just the recognition of a name change for the finance committee. There was really no additional changes. So the current scope of this committee is really 24 years old, which is neither a good or a bad thing. It's just a fact that I thought was interesting for awareness. So if you go to the next slide. And I know that this is not legible from where you're sitting. It doesn't necessarily need to be. It just highlights the broad committees of the charter, which in a slide or two I'll show you are very traditional in terms of their nature and scope. But if you go to the next charter, there's a new kind of standard charter template that looks quite different than what the audit subcommittee charter is. So at least changes need to be made. Really in terms of creating some level of consistency and connection and allowing the easy flow between charter documents to work the way that they're intended. The audit committee charter, subcommittee charter will need to be updated, and that could be pretty straightforward. We go to the next. Going out and scanning the environment, I thought, well, let's look outside of OPPD for a minute. And so there's a lot of reference materials highlighted below. But the question for me became, well, what are the traditional accountabilities or those things that different agencies are still defining as traditional accountabilities of a board audit committee? And they're detailed for you here. What I would say is that items 1 through 4 are really reflective of the accountabilities of the audit subcommittee as it currently exists. And I think, although I'll defer, of course, to the board, that the audit subcommittee and the support of the audit subcommittee itself is quite effective across these 4 domains. It's a little bit less clear to me what accountability, if any, audit has with regards to risk management, but there is an ERM program, there's SD15. This type of information is brought forward to the board on a quarterly basis. It's not through an audit committee. And some organizations, financial ones who I'm familiar with, have a risk committee. I'm not suggesting that we would need one of those. I'm just saying there's different ways for the board to provide the oversight it needs to with regards to risk management. And today, again, it's through the ERM and quarterly process. Compliance also is one, and basically it's at the level of, are the compliance programs in place? Does the board have reasonable assurance that compliance programs exist? And are they made aware of whenever there's compliance issues around which they should be made aware of? And then ethical culture and fraud management, SD10, is a monitoring report for ethical culture or ethics, but it's less clear to me about fraud management. I think it would be oftentimes brought through the audit side of things. Yeah, so these were the traditional audit committee accountabilities. And any questions or reflections on those, or is a sense that the board has sufficient oversight, accountability across these domains today?
I think we do. I think that as governance committee was talking about it, we wanted to scan the horizon beyond these traditional accountabilities and say, what in our future do we think we need to have audit around and accountabilities around that are unique to OPPD or unique to the direction we're moving the organization or things like that.
And maybe the next slide might speak to some of that. What you're also seeing many organizations wrestling through is when it comes to cybersecurity and data privacy, digital transformation, IT risks, third-party supply chain, regulatory and compliance, or crisis and resilience management. And depending on your industry, the list could, expand. Certainly, there could be others within the utility industry. But question that you see boards wrestling with is, do we as a board have sufficient oversight with regards to these types of risks, and how they're being handled in an organization? And you are seeing in some organizations these types of risks, the oversight for them being assigned to audit committees, but certainly not exclusively audit committees. In some cases, you have risk or other committees through which there's accountability or not. Now, I will say that when I was taking a look at these, I was pleased to see that for when it comes to like cyber security and data privacy, I think of some of our existing risks, enterprise cyber technological risk and OT cyber risk, for example. Those are both managed through the ERM program. They'd be reported out naturally on a quarterly basis to the board, and any issues or risks that showed up in those would be addressed or reported. Data governance and management is also one that would show up to the board. There are some other risks that are less significant within the ERM register that the executive team has oversight for, such as technology management. Identity access and management is a risk that comes to the board. Disaster recovery is a risk that comes to the board. So looking across all of this domain, what I really saw quite clearly is that the ERM in its way is addressing many of these, and that might be the most sufficient. That might be sufficient. But in light of the fact that it's been 24 years since really taking a look at a scope for a particular charter, and the conversations have raised themselves, it seemed prudent during a board workshop to have the conversation.
Hey, Scott, unless I missed a later bullet, in 2000, it indicates the audit committee was created and consisted of 3 members. It might have said 3 members of the finance committee. I'm not sure if it did or not.
It was 3 members. It's the 3 members who were the 3 members of the finance committee, because at that time you had committees with 3 members.
Committee now having 4, it's not a big deal, but does the entire finance committee still act as the audit committee?
Yes.
Not just 3.
Yes, the entire finance committee is that, yeah.
Fine. Okay.
Although that's not what's spelled out in the charter. The audit charter spells something different than what the resolution said. So those would be some of the red lines that would need to be made just to make sure it's clear.
Thanks.
So is the question on the table, do we want to reimagine the audit subcommittee as having an expanded? Okay. And do we have more slides here of suggestions of this, or is it, this is where we're at? So here's the question on the table then. If we were to reimagine this subcommittee, what would it look like? And what value would it bring to SMUD? I mean, to SMUD, OPPD, sorry, SMUD on the brain. Now it can bring value to this. So let me just ask kind of who's on this current finance committee and who's staffing it? It's Janice. Okay. So the current committee members, what is your feeling? Is this a committee that needs to be expanded, reimagined in scope? Janice?
Yeah, so I'm on finance and I'm also on governance, so I was in on this. And the thought is that the audit committee maybe historically looked more at just the financial part of it, but yet the audit part of it encompasses the entire organization.
Right.
And so maybe there is an opportunity here to have perhaps one member from each committee or a different configuration of the audit committee to include members from other committees that would then provide input from a different perspective than just the financial aspect.
So you would be in favor of expanding its scope to look at the broader audit of the organization?
Correct, correct. Well, the audit committee does look at, when they present the audit, it's an audit of the entire organization. It's not just an audit of financial.
So for example, there's environmental audits and other types of things that are shared.
So let's see. Mary, you're on this committee as well? And your thoughts about it are what?
Well, I was looking back at last year's audit, and I think you're accurate, Scott, that the enterprise risk management arm does much of this. It does address fraud. Excuse me, the audit people, and we can do that. I mean, we just have to ask the question. And in fact, that's what we do privately with our external auditor. Any evidence of fraud, you know? So we are addressing that. As I looked back, they go through controls in every division. And in the couple of years that I've been on it, I mean, there have been fewer and fewer. I think maybe you would agree, Janice, that things are tightening up. The internal auditor is doing that. One of the areas that had a lot of work to do was technology, information technology and security. And that was acknowledged. And it's like, it's a moving target, like whacking the bowl in your front yard. He just keeps moving. So I think it's addressed. I don't know that it needs to be expanded or that it would bring value to OPPD to expand the purview of the audit. However, it could be valuable for people who are not on finance to be a part of the audit committee, just because it gives you a different view, into how things work deep, and the deeper processes within each business unit. And I'll also say, I guess the audit charter says three members of the finance committee, and the committee now is 4. The 2023 audit, we had 3 on there, and that seemed to be good enough. But I don't know, do we need to clarify that or carve it in stone, or say, well, if the 4th member of the finance committee can't be there, invite somebody else, or, that would be helpful.
And what is your view, Mary, on it being a separate standing committee as opposed to finance?
I think that would be unnecessary, and it would be cumbersome,
Mhm.
frankly, to make it a separate standing committee. Yeah. A couple times a year, once a year.
Is that generally where people are, is it should not be a separate standing committee, but just continue to be a subcommittee of the finance committee?
Unless we expand the role to include this risk management part. If we expanded that role to include the risk management part, it would need to be a separate committee. If we leave it as the audit committee as it stands with the roles just on that first slide of traditional audit committee accountabilities, I think then leaving it as a subcommittee of a committee is adequate. But if we expand the role, it would need to be a standing
A
committee.
separate standing committee. And I heard you, Janice, already saying you were in favor of expanding its role. Yeah.
As far as having all the committees represented on the audit committee, we probably already have 3 of the committees represented already. I mean, is that big of a deal? And we do rotate through, the committee assignments do rotate every 2 years. So as far as the people on the audit committees, we can safely say that it'll be made up of people who are currently on the finance committee now, but will have probably recently been on each of the other 3 committees as well. And I don't know if if we have a real issue here, I guess. I mean, granted, we don't want to wait until we have a problem. I understand that, but I don't know I don't see where the big push is to change the structure or the number of members.
So I think generally we were thinking, okay, if we're going to be reevaluating the audit committee charter, is this the opportunity, right? We're taking the opportunity to ask these questions. I'm in favor of expanding it and it being its own committee because I see that the needs of the organization are evolving such that risk is higher and it's only going to continue to become higher. To have a committee that basically owns the risk elements of the organization. And, I think it's really important to have each committee represented as you described, Mike. I was thinking that it's not a committee that meets or needs to meet on a monthly basis, and maybe there's not even a report out on a monthly basis. Maybe it more aligns with the quarterly ERM kind of reporting function. And that the members of the committee or the chairs of the other committees.
Just to be clear, when we mention expanding the committee, we mean in there as far as their oversight, not the number of members, correct?
Correct. Four
Because
members.
We don't do bigger than, we do not want to do larger than 4, obviously.
Right. Yeah, I think we have some limitations with having a closed session, which this certainly would require some pre-committee meeting conversation. So yes, 4 members, but expand their role and function to not just look at financial audit.
Bill, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I do notice as I look at the subcommittee charter, there's one element that seems to be, that I've seen in other places that seems to be missing from yours. You have obviously the external auditor and all that functionality that's occurring, but on the internal auditor, you're responsible for overseeing it, but there's no definition of that you have the ability to add, to review what the work plan is for the internal auditor and to potentially add items that you want looked at by the internal auditor. So that's a function that I've seen work very well in organizations because there's areas that don't necessarily fall in the finance area, but are areas where it hasn't been looked at in a number of years and maybe it's appropriate for some independent oversight. And it wouldn't be appropriate for the external auditor to deal with.
Well, it does say that the committee has the authority to initiate and supervise investigations. So it does.
Maybe it's something.
So in the current charter, it
Perhaps
says
it is
that.
there.
It's more limited to the.
Yeah, it's.
On number 2, where it says the subcommittee shall provide guidance oversight of internal. Such activities.
So you interpret that to
I
include.
implemented plans, but to your point, Bill, I think that could be more clearly specified.
Yeah.
I believe we operate under the assumption, but we don't invite.
Yeah, because we would actually review once a year the work plan of the internal auditor, and then people could make recommendations and they would see if they had the time to do it.
Michelle, if we had a microphone in front of you, we could invite you to weigh in on any of these as well. You are our corporate audit.
And I'll just say that, we have BL3, that is that board linkage document between the board and corporate audit. And I do think that in that work plan element is alluded to there.
Michelle, did you want to speak? Because there's a microphone up here at the table you could use if you like.
Okay. I just wanted to add that although the language may not specifically state the review of the audit plan, that is presented to the audit subcommittee every March for their review and approval. And we do take suggestions from them. Most recently, as an example, as we had, last March, we talked about a fatigue management audit. And I can't remember which board member suggested to make sure that the ELT was included in our scope of that. So they do have the opportunity to provide that, although not maybe specifically stated within the charter.
So let's stick with this question of, go ahead, Javier.
Okay, so if you were to ask me, so to me, we have an audit committee that works well from an audit perspective. Could it meet more regularly than twice a year? Sure. Are the functions of the audit committee being performed well? I think they are. I think to me that the missing piece, and maybe maybe part of this conversation is risk. That to me is very attractive. When I'm looking at at yet another subcommittee from the board and taking up 4 board members' time and using it efficiently, what comes to mind is risk. We do have our quarterly risk reviews, but they're very wide. We cannot go very deep because of time constraints, and we have a lot of this has to be done in closed session because of the sensitivity of the conversations. I think if there's any appeal to me from considering a charter or a new committee perspective, it's from a risk perspective. Now, whether that team also that subcommittee also handles some of the audit, et cetera, that's secondary to me because that function has already been performed. But on the risk side, I'm thinking, and I shared here briefly with Amanda, I have 3 strategic directives that very much deal with risk that today they don't have a naturally fitting home. I have SD6 that deals with safety. It's a risk management function. I have SD12 on technology and cyber and physical security risks. And then I have SD15, which is the risk management. So in my mind, if there was some appetite in entertaining this additional committee, in my mind, it would have to be risk-based. And you would easily move 3 strategic directives that are very clearly aligned with risk to this additional committee. Now, I am also very careful about doing this because it would mean yet another committee, right? And so how do you distribute the hours and the time commitment between all board members? But I think those are things that the board can figure out. But I would say respectfully, I think going back to one of the slides that Scott had in there, considering the committee role, I think is a slide. It's 2 forward from where you are there. That it's risk.
Yep.
Right. That's what's appealing to me. I wouldn't necessarily want to create something else that's already been done, but these one, there's room for that. And I don't know if Kate, Gina is here, but Kate would like to comment on that.
I actually find that very appealing, what you just articulated. My not close enough, sorry. I find that very appealing, what was just said in terms of the risks, rolling this in the way we're talking about, and the more focus on this, because to your point, Amanda, this is growing, it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's getting more complex in terms of the nature of what we're talking about. So I very much like what we're discussing here in terms of the potential of moving in this direction.
I'm hearing a couple of board members being very clear that they would like the idea of expanding it to include risk. I'm hearing the CEO saying that. Craig, where are you on this question?
Just to make it clear, I'm not suggesting expanding it to include risk. It's not expanding the audit committee. It's if there's a need, it has to be a risk committee. There's no audit is fine where it is. Now, whether audit moves under risk, that's different.
I see. So thanks for that clarification. Yeah. So you're thinking about a separate risk management committee. Okay. Where audits could be housed within that if necessary, or stay in finance. Craig, where are you on this conversation?
Two thoughts. I appreciate this conversation. 2 thoughts. One is, when you read some of the quotes this morning, one of them said something like, how does the board need to continue to modify itself in order to align with what the organization needs in the future? And to me, this is the manifestation of that. So yes, I think it all makes sense to me to elevate this as something that will get better visibility for all board members. I think audit rolls into it quite nicely. And, I haven't been on the finance committee for a couple of years, and I'll say that, like, for me, what that means is I haven't been involved in any of the audit conversations, and that probably would be good for full board visibility too. So that's the other thing I'm thinking about, is how to get all 8 of us involved in some of those probably closed discussion conversations down the road. So support.
Support with the idea kind of a risk focus to it, with audit being incorporated into it. Yeah. Eric, where are you on this?
I look back to my notes from the last couple times we've talked about this, and I did not find any particularly strong feelings one way or the other on the number of times in governance and finance it's come up. And I think I generally remain there, that I don't have a real strong feeling that it should not change. And I guess I'm open to people who do have, I guess what amounts to a fundamentally, this feels like a different answer than the question we started with, to say that we would create a risk management committee and move audit under the risk management committee. That is very different than, is the charter of the audit subcommittee still accurate, or do we need a language update to the charter of the audit subcommittee? So I'm a little surprised, I guess, that that's where we are now, but it sounds like there is support from several people, including the CEO and our cybersecurity team, to look toward this new direction. So if that, I mean, I guess if that's what we think we need to do today, that is kind of different than what we've talked about over the last several months.
It is. Yeah, I mean, I do think the conversation evolves, like in bringing it up today. I don't want to put a colleague of mine on the spot, but one of my colleagues has a very rich background in audit and experience and other utilities and perspectives on this for many a year. Jeff, Mr. Bishop, do you have a perspective on that?
For clarity, that's been on the right side of the audit, not on the other side of the audit. I think this is a great conversation. I think as we look at our organization, the enterprise, and the focus the board has had on enterprise risk, there's a very robust enterprise risk program that we have in place now, which is fantastic. So this conversation is great. And what I've seen and talked with Scott about, I think Scott's seen more of this in terms of the research that you've done with your team. You see a lot of boards now adding an enterprise risk committee. And I do think that, as opposed to having to be part of audit typically you validate things. That's part of what an audit is. So I don't necessarily I could see it potentially being a subset of the enterprise risk committee. But as we think about that, we've got a strong program in place today. We want to continue to elevate those pieces at the board level, provide additional time and effort to go through those. Might there be, if you were to add an ERM committee, they don't even meet monthly, but on a quarterly basis, I think a lot of boards are doing that. And I think, Scott, you've seen that quarterly makes sense from a frequency perspective. As new things are coming about, both external as well as internal, you can update on a quarterly basis. Obviously, there's ability to meet more frequently if needed, but on a quarterly basis, that seems like a reasonable cadence, and it's not overly onerous for the folks that actually need to show up and be part of that committee if we were to add another committee to the board. So just some thoughts around it. I think it's a natural progression. It's fantastic. It plays well with what we've already got in place and builds upon that. So just a few thoughts for the board to consider.
I'm going to swing around and Sarah, ask you kind of where you are on this conversation.
I think it's really interesting. I don't think the question is about the audit committee, though. I think it's evolved quite a bit, but I think it evolved because when we were considering the responsibilities that we needed it to take, they weren't auditing anymore, they were risk. I'm very comfortable with a quarterly risk committee that's made up of the chairs of the committees, because that makes a lot of sense to me. There's a lot of line of sight to challenges, and honestly, sometimes our risk conversations have felt quite cursory. And so having a committee who has full ownership of it, I think would be really helpful. I would also say I think it's quite timely. We've had more challenges and more public scrutiny around things not going well or not going the way that we would like them to go in a public setting. And so showing some responsiveness, and we're modifying our own behavior to really analyze risk, I think is strategically quite wise as well. Thank you for asking.
Thank you, Sarah. And Matt, how about you? What do you think? Your thumbs up on the Well, there's a lot of
I
swirling
think,
parts here.
I think a little more regular attention towards risk and whichever way comes out of this as the quarterly seems reasonable to me. Not as a chair of a subcommittee, I don't want to speak for people, but that does seem like a good way to bring all the subcommittees in and have a good look at everything. But I think we've certainly talked about it enough to think some amount of attention greater than what we do now should be given towards it.
Yeah. Mike, what about you?
I don't have strong feelings either way. I just wonder, I can't remember in 2000 if, I can't remember yesterday, but I can't remember in 2000 if the reason why the audit committee was committed or developed rather, started, and why it was specific and why it wasn't just made part of the function of the finance committee, why it was separated in effect. I don't know if it was done due to some incident, I don't believe it was, or if there was any type of law or accounting principle that thought it should be separate. But I'm just wondering if we expand the if we'd expand the responsibilities beyond finance, does that I don't know, does that create any problems? Does that give any appearance that we're lessening the concern over the financial side of it? I don't know. But again, I don't feel real strongly. If it doesn't cause any problems by doing this or send the wrong message, then I'm okay.
So you would, as I understand it, you still have a finance committee.
Right.
Now you would have a new enterprise risk management committee. Audit would fall underneath that.
Financial auditing included.
Financial audit included in that. Well, financial audit could still go back to finance committee if you wanted.
I'm sorry, we were confabbing here a little bit. What did you just say?
So Mike's raising a question about kind of how do these parts fit together? So I'm just trying to summarize where I think it is landing. You would potentially have a new enterprise risk management standing committee that would meet quarterly. You still have a finance committee. The question was raised about the financial audit, where the financial audit would go. So and that could go either to audit or it could go to the finance committee. Could go to both.
Would we anticipate that the scope of the work for the audit would be the best place to undertake additional investigation and validation? Or do we think that through the new ERM committee, that we might look to an external partner to provide some validation of some of the risks that are not specifically financial? I mean, that feels like another, if we're going to the level of creating a different committee, then do we want to try and cram other things back into the financial review aspect, as Janice described, the annual scope of the audit to include other things? Would this open a different opportunity for ways to provide external validation of things that we had talked about as part of the audit, but might not be financially based?
Such as?
Evaluation of the rec program would be one that comes to mind, or other things that are not financial directly, but I mean, financial in the balancing of books sense directly, but just something that we might want to have considered. Please help the board to understand that we are getting accurate information in the best way possible, which is what I thought I heard Janice saying earlier, is that there are other things that are not specifically financial, but are sometimes addressed through the audit, right? And then Amanda echoing. And so I guess this seems like it might be a different mechanism there. I don't know if that's what we were trying to get to. I mean, again, this feels like it has wandered a little bit away from where we started with the discussion about the audit specifically. But I'm just trying to understand if this is what we are trying, if this sounds like where a lot of people are supportive of moving, then does that mean that financial stays over, the financial aspects of the audit stay under finance, or that what happens next?
But, why don't you step up here so we can all see you, Michelle?
To provide some additional context as it relates to our annual audit plan. During our audit subcommittee meetings, our scope of our audit is the entire OPPD universe. So we go through an annual risk assessment process to determine what our priorities are, what we should be looking at. So that includes operational, compliance, regulatory, environmental, outside of financial and technology as well.
So then to the question we had a second ago, that sounds like the audit should probably go with the new ERM committee if that's what happens, rather than go back to the finance committee specifically.
Right. I was asking specifically about the outside external financial audit, which I think is the point that Mike raised, and saying that that could go, I've seen that go to the finance committee, I've seen that go to the audit committee, I mean, it could go either place.
Currently, our external auditors present during the audit subcommittee meeting.
Currently.
March 10th.
Uh-huh. So we could move over to the new ERM committee.
I think it could, but ultimately, I think it provides assurance back to the finance committee who has responsibility for financial matters. So maybe that's a sub-element of the report out.
Which
you guys
is
would do.
why the treasurer would need to be part of the risk management committee.
Could be, yeah.
I think what I'm hearing, if it were all under one committee, is that that committee would have the chair, likely the chairs of each of the standing committees represented. So therefore, there's the opportunity for that to be cascaded back. But also, what's interesting is today, there's not really a debrief from the audit committee back up to the board. The audit committee convenes and then does its thing, and then and so I do think that what we're seeing here with this model, if this is the one that ends up going down and no decisions are being made today, this, I think, gives us a lot of information to step away from and come back with a thought or two about how to make it real. But at least the board itself would be more apprised of those issues, and I think better informed potentially of the results of audit and have more assurance. They could do that regardless of whether or not finance and the subcommittee relationship remains the same or this is separated out. But those are two really solid takeaways. Let's share more information with the board and let's figure out how to make sure the risk focus is right for this organization in light of the changing environment.
So the action step around this one then would be what exactly?
I would, in fact, and of course, jump in. I'm looking at Amanda only in that there's been a little bit of conversation. I think gathering this information has been helpful. Hearing what everyone is talking about has been helpful. I think coming back with a recommendation at some point, the board will need to make a determination and make a formal decision. And so I think this is enough information to at least go back to the governance committee, which would include finance, and make sure that finance is involved in that conversation to bring a recommendation back to the board based upon this conversation. So a recommendation would be developed and forthcoming as maybe as early as October.
And do you think part of that recommendation is like a little bit of a high level outline of what the charter might
Yes.
look like?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then again, looking back where we started, do we also intend to rewrite the audit subcommittee charter, or is that being eliminated entirely in favor of a new standing quarterly ERM committee?
If we could go to the last slide, Aaron, considerations. I think that what it would be helpful, I think, to bring back an option if it were to just stay status quo with some minor changes, but then kind of as option A, but option B, I think would be this revised ERM risk committee and everything that that entailed. So the board has an opportunity to take a look at current status, step in a direction, and then actually reflect of this conversation and bring back those for discussion is where how I'm seeing framing this up.
So I would suggest we look at each other one more time and kind of nod if what you think you just heard sounds like what you want to happen. Craig, does that sound? Yeah. Okay, we think we got it then?
I think I've seen consensus around this idea of at least bringing back a proposal for this ERM committee. And if we want to do a kind of the option A being the minor tweak to the audit committee, that could be a way of proceeding.
And last check, because we're supposed to ask you. Yes, well, because functionally, you started some of this discussion, and now we went through a lot of back and forth, but does this sound like an answer to where we began 30 minutes ago?
It does, and I appreciate the change, right? And I was just chatting with Amanda briefly here. I've known about this topic and I've talked to Scott about it, but it was this discussion that led me to put this on the table. And yes, it makes sense to me that that would help significantly.
Okay.
How will we determine the membership on this committee? Should that be the chairman's discretion?
I think that would come back to the recommendation. I think what we'll be able to do, Mike, is step away from here, have a little bit more thoughtful conversation, incorporate that into the recommendation, and then bring it back for board discussion.
Okay.
And then I would just highlight the fact that I was reflecting on what you've said a couple of times, Eric, on how this isn't where we started. And then I'm thinking, oh, wait, it's the magic of a workshop. Like I'm feeling like the actual work, the clay molding is happening real time. So thank you for bearing with that and allowing that to happen.
So we have one more piece of clay to mold before we get to public comment, and that is to talk about the GP and BL monitoring process. And I'm going to kick this off and just say what I observed, and I think, Bill, you would say you observe this as well, which is that a lot of attention in your monitoring process at OPPD is paid to the SDs. You have a regular cadence of monitoring and looking at the compliance with the SDs, which is great. That's perfect. That's good. Most of the policy governance boards we work with also have a regular cadence of monitoring and looking at the GP and BL policies as well. And the reason is twofold. One is just to continually educate and remind people what is in those policies. You have a chance on at least an annual basis to look at the language of those policies and be reminded, here's what we committed to doing, here's what we said in our policies. So it's the awareness building first, and then second of all, to ask the questions that you ask with any monitoring discussion, which is, how are we doing? Are we adhering to what we said we would do in this policy? And by the way, are there any revisions we need to make in this policy? Now, the revisions piece is coming up in your survey. So that's where you actually are now collecting information about where any of the BLs or GPs need revisions. So you've got that piece down. But I think the piece that I'm going to suggest you might want to think about is, and I know your calendars are very busy, so the question of how to operationalize this is very valid. How do you continually raise awareness about the actual language of the policies and the GPs and the BLs so that you're reminded on an annual basis, here's what we said is the job of the board. Here's what we said is the way in which we want to focus our energies and attention. This is the way in which we construct our relationship with our CEO. This is the way in which we operate. Those are ways to not only assure that you as veteran board members stay aware of those policies, but especially as you think about onboarding new board members, the way to keep new board members fully in the loop and aligned around the language of those policies. So now, I also am aware that the governance committee was looking at ways to tweak the way in which the policies were monitored. And I think there was a proposal to look at those where you thought that there was lower compliance and to bring those back for more attention, much like you're doing with, bring those back for more attention. So that would be certainly another option, would be to proceed down down that line. So, yeah, and I would just say that if you make sure that you are doing it on an annual basis, that means that every single one of your policies comes up for review. It means that you have a chance to really remember what you said. And I would dare say there's some policies in your GPs and BLs that you haven't looked at for a while. I'm imagining BL, I mean, Scott, you and I have talked about maybe BL2, BL3, BL4, all of those are policies that maybe could use a refresh. And if there was a regular cadence of reviewing all of your policies, those things would get surfaced perhaps more quickly. So I'm just throwing that out. Bill, I don't know if you want to chime in on kind of your notions of the value of a more frequent kind of.
I think in particular, as new board members come on, I mean, next year you're only going to have one new board member, but that will change over time. And that review is a level setting with new board members because they're at the same level, looking at the same information and reinforcing that they're part of this team and this is how we operate. So I think that's an invaluable way every year to do it. It doesn't, my experience, it doesn't need to take a long time to do, but reviewing those words and what those words mean and making sure everybody interprets those words the same way and believes that the meaning of them are the same, I think is really crucial. The other last point I'll make is You typically do this one in public. So it's a chance to educate your stakeholders in how you operate, and there's value in that as well.
So throwing it open to the group to discuss and think.
Erica, and before even throwing it up, if I could add some context, because it's been very helpful to talk to the two of you. When we think about policy discussion and monitoring and review, our SDs and the monitoring and review process there is very labor intensive. It takes an enormous amount of time. Staff works very hard in pulling that together. And so when we think about, oh my gosh, there's 30 more policies, like that would suffocate. I mean, it leaves me without words. Now, but then as we started really talking about it, the way I'm almost likening it, and I might be wrong, is I sit on a board where we do governance moments. It might be a 15 or 20-minute type conversation, but oftentimes it's grounded in things like a group of BLs or a group of GPs. And prior to coming to the meeting, we're expected as a board member in this board I'm on to kind of review those things and simply come back and speak to them briefly in terms of their spirit and intent as to whether or not these things are things that work for us. But it's in the review process that you become aware, you refresh yourself, and you're able to bring in, relevant conversation. But the actual time commitment doesn't take that long, and it's done in a way that it's digestible in the chunks, and I can't look at it through the same lens that I do the SDs. I just can't. So if that's kind of the spirit and intent, I thought that it might be helpful to share that so there was informed conversation around the table.
Certainly, the way you describe it, Scott, is accurate. At most, there would be a role for the board office or the board secretary to play if you wanted to have a survey go out in advance with the policies to board members so they could assess the level of compliance with the policies. That would be a piece of staff work, but none of the elaborate staff work that goes into the SD monitoring. Now, I will say that I don't know if you're monitoring the BLs, the procurement policies, for example, or the delegations policies. But if you're not doing that, then I think that also is an opportunity for you to hear from the CEO on how those policies are going and to what extent that we feel we're in compliance with those policies. And again, to refresh those where necessary. So, and my experience is that that's helpful for the board to be reminded of these different delegations and to be reminded of these relationships that you've formed with the CEO.
Well, I 100% agree with Scott. I think it's a fantastic idea. Personally speaking, I would benefit a lot from having that additional review because it keeps GPs and BLs top of mind. I think the question is going to be about the expectation and the depth and whether these type of reviews are conversational. So it's not the same burden of proof when you have SDs. You have
right.
It's a different type of monitoring, but these ones could be conversational, and there might be opportunities where the board's saying, yes, and I would like a little bit more information on how are we meeting this BL or this GP. I think that there's a lot of value, but I also don't want to over-engineer these and not deliver value.
So curious to hear what other board members have to think about this. Amanda?
Well, I'll just maybe reiterate something that we talked about before. There seems to be a natural grouping of certain BLs together. So it would be a suite of them that would be reviewed, I would say, at one time.
Right.
And same with GPs.
Correct. Yeah, we often see clusters of 3 or 4 being monitored at the same time, or even more. Other board members? Sarah, do you have a view on this topic?
So we had talked about it in our conversation with the 3 of us, and I sort of had this attitude where it was like, if it isn't broken, then we don't need to fix it. And we are, in this organization in particular, what we hear the most from the ELT is that we have a lot on our plate right now. And so it's hard for me to invite more for their plates and more for the board's plates, because I also think as a board, we have a lot on our plate as well. And so that was the feedback that I gave to you. I was like, I'd need to know what was broken before I was sort of fully willing to invest or suggest that we invest the energy in fixing it. Now, I think there's merit in the review, and I hear exactly what Bill's saying, where this is a good orientation for somebody who's new. But maybe then it becomes a part of the orientation as opposed to this full review. But this, I wouldn't be doing it, so I don't have a ton of heartburn in that regard. But preserving everybody's bandwidth is sort of was my initial thought and gut reaction when we started having this conversation.
Mhm. Matt, do you have a thought about this one? Okay. Mary?
I think such reviews are helpful, and it might be that nothing more but is included in an agenda. Here's your BL or your GP to review, won't be discussed necessarily, just want you to be able to say you've read through it. And we'll check off that our committee has done that, over the course of the year, something like that. Or there actually are meetings where it's light, we don't have very much business, and that could be an opportunity to use a balance of an hour, just not to discuss, but just say, hope you'll have time to read this.
I will just say that there's so many times in which in reviewing the language of a GP, I have seen board members go, I didn't remember that we said we'd do this. Are we actually doing this? And so I think again, I just want to remind you that there are things you've committed to do as board members in policy. And if you're not actually holding yourselves accountable to looking at the language regularly and saying, are we doing them? Then it starts to feel like the policies have an imbalance to them. The GPs are the ones that lay out your roles and responsibilities as a board. The BLs lay out your relationship with your CEO. The SDs lay out your direction. They all work together. They're a three-legged stool in this system. Mike, do you have a view on this?
No.
You're good. Okay. Eric?
I assume there would be more discussion here, but I've heard what sounded like a couple different versions of what a review might look like. All of them all at once, or groupings for individual review, which I heard said later, and I guess maybe defer to later for what the logistics of a review might actually be. I would tend to agree with Sarah also that, while I don't want to ignore the importance of the other two groups of policies, I'm also not seeking side quests for us to spend more board time, review time, agenda item time. So, I'm open to hearing what the logistics might look like and what that might turn out to be, and then see, maybe try it and see how beneficial it is, and then decide what the path forward is from there.
I think I have an idea, kind of riffing off of Mary's, where we read it, and instead of maybe no discussion, we simply have the reflection slide and say, after your review of this, are there any clarifying questions? Are there any reflections? Is there anything that we need to put on a list to talk about at the governance workshop?
Mhm.
And then we move on and we try that.
Mhm. Denise, any thoughts here? Craig?
That was helpful. Up until you said that, I'm sitting here thinking, we review these, I think, asynchronously. We respond to surveys, we do things in committees, but we don't pull it up, read it, talk about it, ask questions. So that, I was trying to understand, like, what's the additional thing we're doing here and what's the outcome of that? I don't want activities that just feel like check the box exercises either, which is what I worry about a little bit. And I'd also echo, Sarah's comments about making sure, like, I hear the same thing, right? Like, we've got so much on our plates, and I want to, so that was helpful to hear how this might actually play out and what the outcomes might be.
So is there an action step here, Scott or Amanda, that you think we can follow through on?
We would propose that we would pilot something for, 90 days and just see if it brings any value, and then reassess at the end of that time.
Cool.
Reserve the right to abandon it.
Reserve the right to abandon. A new
Okay,
status from parking lot.
excellent. All right, so we're at the hour of looking for public comment. Eric, you want to take it from here?
Love to. Before we adjourn, we will take comments from the public on items of district business. Comments made by all parties during the meeting are part of the official public record. We will take comments in the room first and then via WebEx. For our in-person attendees, if you wish to make a comment, I will call you to the podium one at a time. Please state your name, address, and the name of any organization or person you represent. Each individual will be allotted 3 minutes per matter pending. To assist you, we will use the timer on the screen. Ms. Lane will signal when you have 30 seconds remaining, as well as when your time is up. If you have written material, please deliver them to Ms. Lane. For WebEx attendees, if you wish to make a comment, please send the meeting host a message using the chat feature or utilize the hand raise feature. Detailed instructions can be found on the OPPD website at the link shown on the screen. When I call on a member of the public to speak, please affirm that we can hear you before commencing with your comments. Please state your name, address, and the name of any organization or person you represent. Each individual will be allotted 3 minutes per matter pending. To assist you, we will use the timer on screen and signal when you have 30 seconds remaining, as well as when your time is up. If you have written material, please email them to corporatesecretary@oppd.com, and they will be received on our behalf. For all attendees, please direct your comments to me. I will either respond to you directly or defer a response to another board member or officer of the district. The board values and welcomes civil, respectful, clear, and concise communication from the public. During public comments, speakers should refrain from repetitious, profane, or irrelevant comments. Speakers shall refrain from polling the board, as such vote is not on the agenda and is prohibited by law. Ms. Lane, do we have any members of the public who would like to make comments on items of district business in the room? No one in the room. And do we have any members of the public who are joining us digitally via WebEx who would like to make a comment at this time? I appreciate the confirmation there. With that, we do have a conclusion section on our agenda, and I'm not sure if this is back to you to summarize final action steps, or where are we on the last item 8, conclusion section of the agenda?
I think we have the action steps already articulated on the board, and we've been doing that as we go along. So I think we're clear on the action steps from this meeting.
Great. We also, on the agenda, there is a bullet that lists final exercise if time permits. Who would like to address what?
The final exercise was a brief reflection on imagining it's a year from now, we're back here, maybe in this room or in another room, having the next board retreat. How do we measure whether we've been successful over the past year? What would we want to be looking at as evidence that we've come away from this retreat? We've come to that retreat better off than we were when we came to this retreat. What would be the key metrics we would look at? Thinking back over the agenda of discussion today.
Yeah, it says if time permits, until 4 o'clock, time does permit. So I'm going to talk for a few seconds here. Everybody think about it, and then you're going to be asked. This includes board and ELT. You're each going to get about 30 seconds to reflect. So I hope you're thinking while I'm talking.
It's just a very slow.
You got about 30 seconds to reflect on next year. What will you want to have seen accomplished within the last year after the meeting today? All right, and we've been starting over here earlier, so we're going to start at the other end. Steve is not sitting there, so I guess he's off the hook. Brad, you know what that means?
I think at the end of this point next year, we look back, I hope we'll conclude that we majored on the majors. We didn't get distracted by other interesting items, but that would have compromised the majors had we been distracted by them. And we'll see some SD stability. I think those would be great.
I'll highlight the easy one that we have at least one new board member. So getting that person on board and making sure that they have an understanding and we get alignment around governance is going to be critical.
My comment is that we've come so far and we even made more progress today so that next year when we're here, we're going to even see that the scores are even higher as well. And then we're taking it to the next level.
My hope would be that we continue to focus on the risks that management as well as the boards face through either a ERM committee or an audit committee.
So this time next year, just that the utility would continue to be successful. That's all.
Thank you. I, gosh, everyone's taken all of mine. The one thing that I think has been wonderful, and I would love to see it continue, and I think it will through here, is the continuing strengthening of the committees and the value that they bring to the board in solidifying unity of control. I think there's opportunities for that to just continue.
All right, so by the time next year, we'll have either a GP and BL monitoring process in place or have fleshed it out so much that Eric Douglas doesn't ask us about it again.
My hope is for next year for me to be able to do what I am already doing today and do more of that, which is, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, I brag about OPPD's board and about OPPD's governance with all of my peers. It is incredible. And we have a lot of work to do. But when I look around and I hear struggles and challenges from other utilities, it's an opportunity for me to brag. And I think I would like to continue to do that next year. And that there's a competitive edge in me. They're like, wait, we're right there.
So this is the end of a 2-year leadership cycle for the board and the committees. So we will have gone through a leadership transition with a new director and some form of new committee probably. So we've got a lot of new governance structures that will be in place, and we'll get a chance to review how did we do in all of those areas based on what we discussed today. So I'm hopeful that we translate all of the things that we talked about into successful action, and we can reflect on, did they work? Because we do have some changes outlined. Did they work? And if not, what should we do for the next time? Yeah, I think we've got some good steps forward. And I think that by next year, we will be celebrating the successes of what we have outlined today.
I was kind of thinking of something very similar. I hear Javier quite often say, hey, we're in execution mode. And what that means is you define a path forward and then you report back on your progress and you focus on those accomplishments. And I think we had a lot of things we talked about today. We've got some action items written down, and it's up to us all to execute those and to bring those back. We had some good discussions today, some scratchy discussions, some easy discussions, and I'd like to see that continue to that relationship so that we can have deep conversations like that.
I hope that a year from now, in addition to all the things already mentioned, that trust continues to be strong between the board and the ELT and CEO, and that thorny issues are looked at with wide eyes and as wide a perspective as we have, that we bring all the wisdom we possess collectively together to solve problems that face us.
I just want to start by saying I'm just so incredibly grateful for the governance and for the guidelines and the policies that are set by the board. It makes my job so much easier. What I would say also is all of the things that I'm looking around there, if we're successful, that becomes just part of our muscle memory. It's not something we're still asking about. It's something that we're doing naturally. And that's how I would define success.
A year from now, I hope I'm still on this board to see if all your wishes come true. But seriously, I guess I have 3 things. First one is I hope AMI is up and rolling, at least partially. I'm really looking forward to it. Secondly, I hope our energy production increases and gets us closer to being less dependent upon having to purchase outside energy. Thirdly, and most important, is I hope all our employees remain healthy. All I got.
Thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. We discussed some things, and potential actions are up there on the walls. And it is my hope that the ones that truly make sense for us and will drive the organization forward, that we are able to enact those. for the betterment of the board and the relationship that we have fostered here. Like so many others, I also look forward to the relationship that we've discussed that's been invested in, for that to continue to blossom and grow, and for us to have all green across the board on all the scores next year. Thank you both for being here with us today.
I don't have anything new to add. It was great to see the survey as it went to the right, always improving, and hope that it continues to do so. And the reflections from all those things on the wall too, of to check myself next year to make sure those things that I noticed in myself that were brought up, that I have improved upon them to be helpful to the organization and the board.
I'll do two. The first one is that I hope next year Janice is like on a beach somewhere and not in a very cold conference room. I'm manifesting that for you. The other one is I hope we do actualize the board survey, the one where we're asking people, what's the best way to reach out to you? What's the best way to communicate? Because I think that will yield us some, there will be a return on that investment of time, I think, in terms of meeting board members where they're at in communication efforts.
It would be my hope that the actions we choose to take stemming from today's conversations help us deliver as actionably and directly as possible for customers by next year.
First off, I want to say what a great day today's been. A thoughtful, introspective, collegial day. Not every board, not every management group works in that way. And so I think everybody should be really happy and proud about how today worked, and what a high functioning board this is. So my hope for next year is that we're sitting here and feeling the same way, that the board, the things that we talked about today, very good, thoughtful tweaks to how the board can improve. And hopefully, every workshop we're talking about those same types of things, but not talking about big, major changes that need to be made because things aren't sort of working in a smooth and thoughtful manner. So
My hope for next year is just continued growth between the ELT and the board. Also continue progress on our various measurable projects under the aegis of the SDs.
So I hope that we're all back together healthy next year. And I love the thought of Janice on a beach. I think that's fabulous. And then also that we've been able to achieve some of what's here, going back to there's a lot on everyone's plates. And so I hope there are less storms. We need rain, less damaging storms so that we can focus on the work versus the distractions. But those are important things because it's for our customer owners. So that's my hope.
All right, great. Well, thanks very much, everyone, board members, ELT, staff, and our guests who've come in to be here physically with us today. And yeah, round of applause. And good news, since this is a public meeting that is recorded, all of our hopes for next year will be part of the video. And before next year's meeting, we will all get a chance to look back at our thoughts and find out were we right about what we hope to have achieved. So a little accountability for us all. And until the next time we see each other, thanks very much. We are adjourned.